나도 물러설 수 없는 상황이라네. 벼랑 끝에서도라도 살아내야 한다네. 바람을 타고 날아갈 거야. 포기하지 마. Stay away, stay away. Shout inside. Believe in your destiny. I am invincible. Well, my dreams are. Well, my dreams are. Shout inside. I'm invincible. Not on my way. Not on my way. Shout inside. Believe in your destiny. I am invincible. Well, my dreams are. Well, my dreams are. Not on my way. 더 강하게. Not on my way. Not on my way.
지금 저 방어력 감소 버프가 통일의 샷이 아닐 거란 말이에요.
네.
오, 지금 후어를 파면 체력 차는 거 장난 아니네요. 하지만 여기서 투지를 그래도 5칸, 그렇죠. 50 쌓으면서 받고, 와, 후어를 파면 체력 회복량 정말 어마무시합니다.
엄청나네요.
오, 잠깐만, 지금 랑풍당당 지금 밖에 나와 있는 거 위험해요.
이 삼스 한 번에 녹이는 게 쉬워 보이진 않는데 진테라서 오!
랑디를 이렇게 잘라내나요? 물 건지는 진테 썰에는 나오면서
지지!
의사를 먼저 잘라내야 되기 때문에
네.
지금 루엘 먼저 반드시 잘라야 돼요. 반드시인데 못 잘랐어요. 이게 아까 말씀드린 상황인데 어린 여왕 샬롯이 없으면은 이게 잘렸을 겁니다. 근데 지금 안 잘렸고 지금 억지로
견뎠어요. 난다.
지금 다 쏟아부었는데 부활로 다시
이거는 도우사카리
오른쪽은 지금 모든 자원을 다 썼는데 여기는 클릭 한 번으로 다 복구합니다.
힘이
무적까지.
낭만 조합이죠.
저 지금 이런 쌍비올레토가 지금 언제 나왔나 싶거든요.
비올레토는 빗나갑니다.
둘다 지금 반격
네, 잠들 잘 깼어요.
스킬이 그 반격이 나가는 건데 그 반격이 오늘 경기에서
이거
안
큰일
나오죠.
났어요.
누굴 피해요?
누굴 쳐도 피해요. 누굴 쳐도 피합니다.
다 빗나감.
학살!
빗나감.
이러면 비올레토를 넘을 수 없죠, 슈는.
이유 있는 양비올레토죠. 힘 있는 모습으로 서렌더를 받아냅니다.
GG!
경기 시작됐고 에밀리아보다 플랑이 섬턴 더 먼저 위에 잡았어요. 한참 앞섭니다.
그렇습니다. 여기서 방어력 감소가 몇 개가 들어가냐가 중요해요. 방어력 감소.
최소 7호
이러면은 아쉬운데 그렇죠. 돌리려는 거예요, 지금.
근데 방금 다 걸린 것도 좀 많이 아쉬운데요.
에밀리아로 돌리겠다는 거죠.
올려주면
많이 올라와요. 지금 한 번 더 평타. 턴. 잡았어요. 이러면은
아니 이거
합니다.
골번
한 번에
한 방에
한 번에
아니 이거 첫째인데
반격. 잠깐 반격.
반격이 이 스킬은 안 터졌고
진짜 큰일 날 뻔.
이 스킬을
정말 큰일 날 뻔했어요.
근데 이거 절대형도 이것도 조금
기절, 진태 기절. 걸면서
기절이
마무리.
하나 빗나가고 알레시아 혼자 남습니다.
혼자서는 힘들어요 지금.
초대받지 않은 손님.
수표현자 비비안.
이것도 맞추면 대박인데. 자 일단 3스킬.
오! 들어갔고 라니 정리가 됩니다.
완전히도 거의 갔어요.
이거 대어를 낚나요? 휘 선수가 이러다 4강 가는 거 아닙니까? 이와야를 떨구고
진짜 그럴 가능성이 있고 자 이거 반격 나가면 난리 나요.
프라밍이 해줬어요. 해줘. 아미가 해줘.
이거 지금 기와이 선수 이제 돌아올 가능성이 거의 없는 게 현자 비비안이 남은 영웅들 상대로 슈퍼 카운트 살았어요.
그 와중에 디자이너 릴리넷이
여광에서 조금 효율을 많이 떨어졌습니다만 그래도 지금 공격 감소까지
보여드리죠. 특별히
아 열광 캐롯이 지금 약간
이번에
디버프가 너무 많이 걸려 있는 상태로
그래도 어떻게 뚫어내나요? 뚫었어요.
오 화상을
들어갔어.
화상 들어가면서
이러면 진태 선수 이거 화장 들어가면서
정리됐고 진태 박수 치는 모습을 볼 수 있습니다.
그렇습니다. 진짜 박수 치고 있어요. 물론 끝난 건 아닙니다. 아직 몰라요.
열광 사인 택의 싸움이거든요.
공증 상태로 이 스킬
네.
아파요. 와 이거 지금
열광 8단계.
누가 앞서가냐의 한 판이기 때문에 이거 지금 너무 커요.
이번에는
진짜.
써야 될 것 같은데.
무조건
출로
면역 뚫기만 하면 끝이에요. 면역
이번에,
뚫기만 하면
이번에.
면역을 뚫냐 못 뚫냐.
뚫었어요. 결국에 이 격폭하면서
들어오기.
마무리.
마무리되면서 결국 진태가 이 경기를 잡아냅니다.
또 각이 날카롭게 서긴 했는데. 근데
욕심내.
마무리를 지어도 그 체류엘이 있는 게 좀 부담되지 않을까? 장비?
장비를 노려주면서
이건 조금 많이 기분 나빠요.
잔영의 비올렛 살려두고 다시 한 번의 그 회피 변수들을 만들어내야겠죠.
그렇습니다. 근데 이번에 에밀리아 3스킬 턴이라서 수호른 파편도 아마 예상이 되고요. 장애열이 또 3스킬을 과연 쓸 것인지.
생각보다 비쌌어요.
맞습니다.
잠깐만 장애열도 지금 또 맞은 것 같은데요?
버프 해결해주고 잠비 또 맞고.
안 되나?
운인데 확률인데.
70%잖아요.
암만
그쵸.
빗나갔죠. 근데
오.
기와야 그래도
한 번.
80%.
완벽까지 터져요. 잔비가 비가 강하게 돌들이고 있죠.
20% 피했고.
이거 가능성이 올라갑니다.
설레왔던 밤이 가고 이 시간이 흘러가면 우리의 세상이 더 아름답게 펼쳐질 거야. 내 모습이 부끄러워 감춰지길 바래왔던 모든 걸 보여줘. 바다에 일렁이는 파도 속으로 떠나자. 손을 잡고 눈이 반짝거리는 서로의 맘속에서 반짝이는 별처럼 떠나볼래. 푸른 바닷속으로 두근거리는 내 맘 안고 혼자가 아니야. 서로가 있어. 영원히 간직하고 싶어. 꿈만 같던 세계로 햇살 가득한 곳을 향해 좀 더 가까이 날개를 달아 별빛 반짝이는 바다를 Let's go.
음식 이런 해설로는 처음인데 100점 만점에 몇 점 정도?
떴어요.
그러니까 요즘 또 이제 잘 나가고 있어가지고 제가 브이로그 찍자고 하셔가지고 6시에 일어나가지고 브이넣기 왔는데 이렇게 또 카메라들이 이렇게 보고 있으니까 조금 약간 부담스럽고 그러네요. 브이로그 같은 것도 이제 처음이어가지고 잘 될지 모르겠네요. 자 이제 저희가 실제 촬영 현장으로 들어가고 있는데 여기 뭐 장비들이 엄청나게 있고요. 그 다음에 이제 여기부터가 이제 저희 이 중계진들 무대인데 방송 화면으로 들어가다 보니까 이 위까지 뭔가 더 합성이 돼가지고 나오는데 오 장난 아니더라고요. 그리고 여기 이제 중계석
이제 또 지난주 1주차 때는 보니까 이제 방송이 없어가지고 채팅창에서 이제 많이 여쭤보시더라고요. 오늘 준비를 해주셔가지고 어떻게 좀 괜찮나요, 이건? 처음 방송했을 때 너무 긴장된 게 장비들도 너무 크고 심지어 옆에 제가 어릴 때부터 봐왔던 이동진 캐스터님 그리고 프로게이머 실제로 생활하셨던 박진영 해설님까지 계시니까 약간 쪼그라들더라고요. 여기 이제 컨트롤룸이라고 해서 여기 지금 모니터 개수만 보셔도 아시겠지만 이게 심판분들, 뭐 옵저버분들, 감독님들까지 해가지고 해주신 분들이 너무 많으세요. 자 이제 컨트롤룸 위에 이제 부조정실인데 여기가 이제 정말 이제 중요한 분들 계시는 그런 공간입니다. PD님. 네 안녕하세요. 제가 1주차 때 이제 정신이 없어서 그냥 막 지나갔는데 여기서 이제 하는 일들이 정확하게 어떤 일들이 있죠?
여러분들이 보시는 방송 자체가 다 여기서 만들어진다고 생각하시면 됩니다.
AR도 그러면 여기서 다 쏴주시고 이렇게 저쪽이 여기 이제 계신 분이 이제 AR을 담당해 주시는 선생님 굉장히 고학력이신 그러시겠네요.
왼쪽에가 이제 감독님께서 디자인해서 입혀준 AR 디자인입니다.
아무래도 이게 저희 에픽7 대회잖아요. 근데 지금 에픽7 이 대회 총괄하고 계신데 에픽7을 혹시 실제로 하시는지?
예, 제가 이 프로젝트 투입되자마자 2월 말부터 이제 에픽7 열심히 하고 있고요. 지금 67렙 정도.
대회 시작하자마자 67렙 되신 거면은 진짜 열심히 하신 거거든요? 그러면은 뭐 이 캐릭터 되게 마음에 든다. 실제로 만나고 싶다.
저는 잔영의 비올레토란 만납니다.
오.
삼스가 너무 멋있어가지고.
제가 이제 뭐 한국의 잔영의 비올레토 이런 소리 좀 듣고 하는데 죄송합니다. 이제 제가 혹시 공식 이런 해설로는 처음인데 100점 만점에 몇 점 정도?
원래 세면님은 정말 너무 잘하셨기 때문에 원래부터.
빌드업이 되게 기신데 그래서 몇 점?
100점 드리겠습니다.
감사합니다. 저는 지난번에 차 타고 판교 한번 가본 뒤로 다시는 서울 근처를 갈 때 절대로 차 안 타는 걸로. 저 어제 개인 방송이 좀 늦게 끝나가지고 늦게까지 에픽7 하다가 1시 정도에 잤거든요. 에픽7 밤늦게까지 했습니다. 여기까지만 말씀드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
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 에픽7의 아이돌 쌤의
어제 구독자 1만
오!
달성했습니다.
에픽7으로 기반을 다지고
그래. 원 팀 아니야 너?
저희 이제 경쟁 게임 좀 잠입을 해가지고 하고요. 그리고 이제 돌아오려고.
모든 게 에픽7을 위함이다.
그렇죠.
그럼 세메가 에픽7 유저들하고 그 의리가 있지. 그렇게 이게 양아치지 이거 지금.
저 그거 보고 쌤 얘기를 하려고 그랬는데 역시 깊은 뜻이 있었구나.
그럼 당연히 세메가 그런 양아치일 것 같아.
순간 쌤 얘기라고 할 뻔했는데.
사람 아니 지금 사람.
커피 탈까요?
아니야.
만다리 가지고 그 커피 사기 괜찮아?
너한테 어떻게 얻어먹니?
됐어요.
네, 감사합니다. 이거 좀 보시죠, 같이.
보러 왔다.
카메라. 들어가겠습니다.
쌤이 잘 부탁드립니다.
진태는 보면은 좀 빠른 거 좋아하는 게 지금 티가 나는 게
어떤 시간대를 맞추기 위한 거죠. 그렇습니다. 첫 번째 매치 헤딩을 맞아보도록 하죠. 리허설도 지금 4대의 카메라가 세대를 쫓고 있고.
오늘 약간 좀 실감을 하고 있습니다. 이번 진입 때도 뭔가 다들 저를 쳐다보는 듯한 그런 느낌.
다들 쳐다본다. 역시 월클은 지하철을 타도 다 쳐다본다. 지하철을 안 타는 게 월클이 아닌가 생각하시는 분들은 오해해요. 지하철에 타서 일부러 시선을 즐기는 거죠.
나는 알아봐.
에픽7 월가리나 챔피언십 2022. 자, 오늘도 여러분께 인사드립니다.
맞습니다. 진태 선수의 경우 방송은 안 했습니다만 워낙 노출이 많이 되다 보니까
이거는 거의 압승각이 확실하죠. 마무리 지으면서 GG 8강에 진출합니다. 망했어. 이거 왜 다 네임들이 왜 다 이렇게 되는 거야? 왜 그런 거야? 고명미랑 다 모여보라 그래, 라이트랑 다.
크리에이터 대전은 즐기기 위함이었나?
그러니까 저희 아무것도 아니었네요.
그만큼 요번 때가 수준이 높다.
저도 이제 본선 간 그 정도
그렇지,
실력을
걔를 이긴 너.
이렇게 갔어야 되는데
세계관 최강자로.
아 이게 좀 아쉽네요. 오늘 또 이제 글로벌 예선이다 보니까 진짜 쫄깃쫄깃했어. 아 정말 지탱까지 또 결국 진짜 옛날 좀 경기 보면서 좀 실망을 해가지고 99.8% 정도 아마 0.2% 정도 떨어질 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 또 많은 분들이 벌써 끝났어 아쉽다 뭐 이런 말씀들 해주시는데 누구시냐고 또 한 번 물어보시는 한 분이 딱 계신데요.
그리고 이분은 이제 월클로 올라선 세메라고 말씀드릴 수 있고 에픽세븐에 충성하기로 오늘 저하고 맹세를 하셨죠?
그렇습니다.
네.
제가 무슨 뭐 맹세라도 해야 될 것 같은데
네.
저는 끝까지 에픽세븐에 이제 뼈를 묻기로 맹세를 했기 때문에 절대로 에픽세븐 안 버립니다. 이거 한번 좀 저장 좀 부탁드립니다. 자, 오늘 글로벌 서버 예선 무대까지 전부 다 지켜봤는데요. 과연 글로벌은 글로벌이네요. 굉장히 신기하고 값진 경험이었습니다. 저희 이번 대회 한국은 또 AR 기술이 접목이 돼 있고 이제 본선에서는 더 멋지고 더 화려한 XR 기술도 보여준다고 하니까 생각보다 많이 기대가 됩니다. 본선 경기도 해설 열심히 할 테니까요. 많은 시청 부탁드립니다. 안녕.
Over 4,000ers from 120 countries around the world have participated in Epic 7 World Arena Championship to become the very best Epic 7 player. Over a month of qualifier matches from each server and plenty of main matches that we went through in the main matches, and now we are down to the last 3 players. On this World Arena stage, tonight we will be crowning the champion of Epic 7 World Arena Championship 2022. Will it be JINTAE or YUNDUAN from the global server? Or is it going to be Phantom from the Japan server taking that trophy home? You can only find that out once you tune in until the end. And again, welcome everyone to the grand finale of Epic 7 World Arena Championship. My name is G Clef, and of course we've been blessed with the 2 commentators. How are you doing, Jenna Zed and Kana? Welcome, welcome. Tonight is the final day. How are you doing, and what do you think is about to happen tonight, guys?
I think tonight's going to be a pretty good night, so hoping for the best for all the players and just hope we see some good matches, and I'm especially hyped for after as well.
All right,
Good
Kana?
luck to all participants. Yeah, I definitely want to see good gameplay and a true showing of who the best Epic 7 player in the world is. not just on global or Europe or any particular server.
Tonight is the final night. It's gotta be the best. But before we go to the matches, we have a lot to explain. So here's the overview so we can explain all about what's gonna happen tonight. And of course, the champion will be grabbing that big prize money. That's today, the final day. What you see on the right bottom of the screen, champion, $50,000 in prize. Runner-up, $20,000. Third, fourth, $10,000. And the champion, not just the prize money, there's so much more. We talked about this yesterday a little bit. The frame, of course, you don't have the sparkles on this page, but there will be sparkles on that frame. On top of that, the ring. Good news, guys. Everyone gets the ring. Everyone over rank 60 will be getting the ring in, I believe, just a month. Where we have the champion of last year, we'll have this year's champion right next to it. And right next to it, there will be the ring where you can just tap on and grab the ring. Not immediately after, but it will be coming soon at the end of September. So that's a ring for everyone. Hope everyone gets 20+ speed ring. I think that's what we're all looking for, that speed set. And of course, the winner, either JINTAE, YUNDUAN, or Phantom. Ooh, so I think we're looking at Hwayoung skins or Alencia skin. Let's see who wins until the end. I think that skin is later this year, coming later this year. So let's see who wins, grabs the championship. To get that skin and tournament tree, we're going to go with the winners finals. That's what we're starting today, JINTAE versus YUNDUAN. And then we're going to have the loser going down to the bottom bracket to go against Phantom. And then the grand finals. That is it. 3 best of 5s to go through. And we'll have the champion not too long from now. And Twitch drops events, make sure today's the day, guys. You need to connect your account with Twitch. Watch it 15 minutes or more after you connect your account. Not just leaves. Today, there's a really cute DN emote. Make sure you get that. If the sync is not working, make sure you just refresh and connect your account once again to make sure you get the Twitch drops event. And of course, that's not all. Social media. It's still happening. Make sure you get 200 energy. And also, 4 sets of acrylic figures today. So make sure you go in for a chance to receive that acrylic figure. Sets of them. So that's pretty impressive. And today is the day that we've been talking about. The unknown slate should be in your mailbox already. Plus, the Trinity Blessing, which is the spirit, the runes, and the hunt for the crafting, and also the AP Blessing. That's the Trinity Blessing, all 3 together. And I think we are very close to that 1 million views. I think this morning when I was leaving my house, we were at 915-ish. I think we should be getting close to that 5-star summon. So let's make sure. And that's not all. Once a day, you should be watching the video. And I'm pretty sure you guys already made the prediction. And let's see if you can get all of them right, because tonight is the night. And 3, 2, 1. Hold up a second. I thought we were ready. I know you guys are about to type something in game. It's coming up very soon, and it's out already. So the medals. What kind of medals? I think you know the answer. It's coming up real soon. Okay, Jenna and Kana, do you know what kind of medal we're getting? I think you know what I'm talking about, right?
Of a certain variety.
The gold,
maybe
gold,
a little
silver,
red.
bronze medal. Maybe a little red with some flower things in the middle. Yes.
Maybe a 10-pull. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been waiting for that.
Yep, especially
with a 10-pull of Mystics is big.
Yeah, especially with the really cool guys coming. He's coming. He's also a light element, but he's a pretty badass. I think he's actually a dark element. He's actually...
Yeah, I mean, Emma Lewis is a light element too, but she's pretty evil, right?
Oh, yes. Especially when you're looking for that Emma Pablo coming soon. So I think that's exactly what you want to save this one for. Well, if you have not got Moon Bunny, maybe you want to get Moon Bunny. And I believe DJ Bazaar is still in our rotation right now, right? So if you want DJ Bazaar to go against all that shield that we've been seeing, if you don't have Opsig, another good option that we have just seen yesterday. So however you want to use it, I'm pretty sure you should know by now. If you don't know, if you're new to the game, make sure you download, and as soon as you see something on the bottom, then I think it should come up real soon. I don't know what the hiccup is all about, but we're just hanging around for now. And yesterday we made a prediction. Oh, there we go. Epic Mystic Gift. Put that in your coupon right now. There we go. There we go. Mystic Medals times 500. That's 10 pulls. Hope you guys all get lucky and get that pull in just 10. And of course, this is not the only thing happening today. With the coupon and the World Championship at the end. But we have part 2. Let's see what that is all about. We're going to have Ezeran Foundation Day celebration all the way at the end. Once we finish the championship, there will be a cool celebration. So make sure you tune in and stick around for all the celebrations so you do not get to miss the latest news of what's going to happen in near future of Epic 7. So I hope you guys all got the coupon. If you're playing an Android, if you just go into event side, scroll all the way down, you can put in the coupon. And I'm pretty sure there's another link for all the iOS users. So you're not going to miss it. It's not too hard. So make sure you just go in and pop it in. And let's go back to the matches. But before we actually introduce the player, we have a special video about these 3 players. So let's take a look at that first. Well, it's coming very soon. We're having some delays today. Okay, I think this is all. We're gathering the heat before the real matches because from the 4,000, we had the qualification, and then from the top 8, now it's only top 3. I said JINTAE, Jenna, you said YUNDUAN, and Kana, I believe you said Phantom yesterday. Let's see.
진태 선수가 상위 라운드로 진출합니다.
잡나요?
골 끊어요. 원단 선수가 다음 라운드 진출에 성공합니다.
자, 또 기절.
나오면서
So hello everybody, my name is JINTAE. I'm from the global server, and I think I have a pretty good chance of winning this tournament.
大家好，我是来自国际服的云端，然后到目前为止的话，我是以全胜的战绩进入到了这个4强，非常高兴。然后我希望能在之后的比赛能走得更远。
All the players getting into winter finals are from global. I actually didn't expect that. I thought it would be at least one Asia player. Honestly, I think he's subpar compared to the other ones.
感觉非常糟糕吧。作为同区的境内选手，实力是非常强劲的，我没有把握能够战胜他。我下场比赛的对手是JINTAE选手，毫无疑问是一位非常强烈的对手。虽然我跟他交手次数不多，但是从他的这些比赛来看，他的实力无疑是非常强劲的。但是我觉得我还是有机会能够战胜他的。
Of course, he won all his games. That's pretty impressive. I think he played mostly in the weaker brackets, but I don't think he's that good.
我自己的就是班选比较灵活，然后我认为我在和今天选手比赛过程中能凭借班选占一些优势。
3 times Hall of Fame, I think I've proved myself enough. I don't really need to prove anything else to him. Well, my pick and bans are pretty much unpredictable for you, so just watch out. Well, his win rate won't be 100% today.
我还在台下看着你们聊天，云端你们要小心哦。
Well, congratulations that you came out of the losers bracket, but you're gonna stay a loser and stay there.
小天，你等着瞧，云端打败你之后，这是我一定会打败你的。
So I've already beaten you once before, and this time the result won't change, so it doesn't matter. And then I'll send YUNDUAN to you.
我一直以来都是以全胜的战绩晋级的，我相信金队选手也不能终止我的连胜，然后我一定能够战胜他的。我不认为我一路赢下来是靠运气的成分，我自身的实力也是非常强的，我一定会保持我的连胜战绩的。
我是在后面一路冲关挑战到来的，还有我会创造历史，日本加油！
With my 50k prize, I'm gonna get more 25 speed helms. My fans today can expect more surprise picks and techs, just as the last 2 days I played, and I hope you guys will enjoy it just as much as last time. Ochapi, 우승은 JINTAE.
Well, we heard from the 3 players. Some spicy talk in between, especially this player you're about to have, JINTAE from Global, a huge favorite. But we'll see, he's up against the best from his own server. Global match here at the winner's final. What do you think is going to happen on this one? Of course, A-Ravi, ML Eric. As TenA, we've seen a lot of these heroes coming out. Jenna?
Well, I like that they were actually having fun trash talking there, just, you know, having a bit of fun. And, I mean, JINTAE and YUNDUAN, both really strong. It could go either way, frankly. I put my vote on YUNDUAN because, hey, he hasn't ever lost, right? But JINTAE definitely could be the one that beats him. JINTAE already beat Phantom, and so if he beats YUNDUAN, maybe they'd fight in the finals, who knows? But I'm gonna say YUNDUAN, but I think JINTAE is the one who could beat him.
All right, YUNDUAN, another very strong opponent from the same server. Slightly different in characteristics, but certainly nobody yet so far has been breaking that 100% win rate. And let's see if that actually happens today. Of course, the most picks, most bans. We had one A-Ravi ban. Let's see if that actually happens once again. Here, YUNDUAN, certainly one of the strongest. The numbers tell you so much. JINTAE, though, he had some, even though he had some 2-3 best of 5 wins, still very high. Of course, he is in the winners, still in the winners bracket. But YUNDUAN, will today be the day that 100% is broken to a lower number? Kana?
Guys, I know the 100% win rates look very, very, you know, very alluring. You're probably thinking that you want to bet on the guy who has won every single one of his matches. But I'm telling you, when you've got nothing, like, I mean, you know, Phantom is coming from loser's bracket. He's got nothing else to prove. I think we're going to see a lot from that match. But in this match, the current one that we're in right now, I I actually agree with Jenna. I think YUNDUAN's really going to show JINTAE what consistency can do.
Let's
I
see.
think we're gonna see a battle. I'll tell you that much.
One of the best battles for sure, and I really hope this goes all the way to best of 5. We want that 10 pre-ban. We want some insane draft coming out from both players because the hero pool from both has been amazing so far. And let's see if JINTAE's got some surprise, because every single day JINTAE had somewhat of a surprise for us. And
yeah, that's true.
YUNDUAN always responding perfectly. So let's see, we're ready for the winners final, the first match, the first draft. Here are the pre-bans. JINTAE on the left and YUNDUAN on the right side. Starting with Belian and Hwayong ban.
It looks like JINTAE gets first pick here, which both players usually prefer, right? But something I just wanted to note real quick is YUNDUAN only got 2 first picks total. Because he wins every game, his opponent always chooses first pick. So he's had 10 second pick, 100% win rate, and then 2 first pick wins. So that's pretty impressive, definitely. And the first 3 picks we see here, pretty standard, right? I'd say in the first couple of matches, we're going to see most of the same characters that we see in most games, right? All the picks are open except for the usual bans, and we're going to see the same characters as normal, right? Really flexible drafts.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen this now probably, dozens, if not hundreds of times across the length of this E7 World Championship. A lot of the mediator character, Apocalypse Ravi against DN and some aggro, but the only player that I think we've ever seen pull out this draft with Pillis and such is YUNDUAN, right? But
in game 1,
well, YUNDUAN's going for a really slow team with this Lionheart Surmia. He's going for like a more slow, methodical team, but the thing is, Lionheart Surmia's biggest weakness is the type of team that JINTAE is going for. Just insanely aggressive, high damage comp.
There's no reason to hold back.
And Sage, last pick.
I mean, it's been literally, what, maybe 2 minutes, and all of drafting, the whole draft is finished, and bans are out, and I guess we'll see what happens, but I don't really know if... I'm not really sure if YUNDUAN is in a great position here. Obviously, it is a little tough to break through the Pillis plus
I feel like JINTAE's damage is way too high for YUNDUAN to really be able to survive. I guess it depends on the speed tuning as well. If the Emo Lilius pushes the Ida up too much, possibly.
So you get the starting ton C, Lilius, of course, and DN to follow up, starting with JINTAE.
Those in our way.
So Lilius using her S3 is going to be pushing up Ida here, and I think she's going to push past the DN, which is actually a little bit bad that he's not able to also get that attack buff before Ida's able to use her skills. But even with that, I think he's going to have such high damage and overall protection that it might be totally okay.
I can.
Let's see how much damage the Ida actually does here. Is YUNDUAN like absurdly tanky right here?
Let's see, lots of crits.
There is a proof of valor on that Lionheart Surmia. That really didn't do as much as maybe he would have wanted, but this Pilus is taking an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, so the Aureus on the Pilus is definitely enough to mitigate some, but the real question is whether or not the... Yeah, it's really going to be whether or not the Mediator Coward here dies, right? I think that or the Pilus, like both of the cleansers, really need to... Oh, when she cuts!
He actually cut. That's a little bit surprising. So Spectre Tenebria still has a Soulburn S1 into S3. That's going to be an insane amount of damage with Vigor attack buffs. So somebody's going to die on the right side. So he was probably, he's thinking about using the S2. Oh, he doesn't actually get the strip, which is unfortunate, but he just wants as much damage reduction as possible. Because this incoming hit is going to do so much, and Lionheart Surmia is probably just going to die right here.
First hit on Surmia, and the follow-up.
I will step on you.
Here's the
And
S3.
Oh, and it is.
Oh, yep, and it just takes him out. The thing is here that if YUNDUAN's able to survive and actually get his Apocalypse Ravi to kill that Ida with like an S3 and revive the Lionheart Surmia, that would help a lot. But the problem is, JINTAE still has Spectre Tenebria. How is YUNDUAN gonna get through that? It feels like this could possibly be his first loss. I think that JINTAE's team was really good against YUNDUAN's.
Yeah, and so I guess it's really going to depend on who gets revived here, right? Because ultimately, I think the Pillis and or the Mediator Coward are going to die here.
Or maybe both. Yeah.
Yeah, and if they end up... Oh,
S10 is still doing so much.
If he revives the Pillis, I think YUNDUAN is in a really bad spot here. And he's basically just forced to go on the Ida, right?
Okay, can you go through?
And he does it. Oh, and that kind of just seals it right there.
The crit resist works this time.
Even if he had brought Lionheart Surmia back, though, I don't think that she would have survived.
And YUNDUAN calls GG after not getting a target with that S3 from a Ravi. Oh, rather a quicker game than we thought expected in game 1. Now YUNDUAN, 100% certainly coming down a little bit. JINTAE taking first game.
That was an incredibly fast first game. I think that JINTAE really abused what YUNDUAN was going for. He picked the Emo Lilius and YUNDUAN said, okay, I'm just going to pick kind of a Lionheart Surmia-centric team. We're just going to tank it up. And then JINTAE just went so aggressive that YUNDUAN couldn't possibly survive. I'm surprised YUNDUAN didn't really see that coming because I think JINTAE is looking for any excuse to draft like that. I think that's his preferred playstyle, actually.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. And I think YUNDUAN, especially with if you think about his opponents from past matches, they don't really have this flexibility to just begin playing, like DN and in such a way that they can aggress so easily. And it just feels like, especially with how he was drafting with Pillis, he had virtually no flexibility at all to even deal with or provide like anti-cleave to the team, right? And it's unfortunate because I'm sure there's maybe a world where this works against like most other players, but again, against JINTAE, who, as you mentioned, is always looking for an opportunity to play aggro, I think YUNDUAN's gonna have to adjust his draft for game 2.
Oh, we're going quick into game 2. Here we go. And the 2 pre-bans. Maybe YUNDUAN has to ban something, some damage. Oh, never mind. See, Lilius and DN.
Wow, 2 really big supports getting taken out right there. JINTAE actually drafted both of them, and he didn't want YUNDUAN getting that Immobilis. And Meteor to Korok first pick again.
Don't come near me.
We've seen lots of that in the World Cup.
Really early.
Oh, JINTAE is doing something that we actually saw yesterday, is where you just take both of those really important options. We saw Apocalypse Ravi doing a lot of work yesterday, and JINTAE is definitely posturing himself to do a similar team to what we saw in a lot of the lower bracket, which is you just take these 2 really priority strong characters, and maybe the opponent isn't able to actually deal with your Apocalypse Ravi, or they aren't able to deal with the Spectre Tenebria.
Yep, this is exactly what we have seen from Phantom versus Wii yesterday. Very similar type of opening here.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels almost like we're literally just watching the match from yesterday, because as you can see, the Alencia and the Adventure Raz in response to the Spectre Tenebria and Apocalypse Ravi, I think fairly safe. And
Strays coming out again.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
I think JINTAE has drafted Strays more than anybody else in the World Cup. This is like the 3rd or 4th time at least that he's been drafting Strays, especially before last pick. He's very confident with this pick.
Yeah, the pick doesn't really go through into the game, but I think this is his 4th time picking this hero.
Well, the thing is, it's possible JINTAE could pick a last pick that YUNDUAN has to ban, and then he has to fight against Strays. So YUNDUAN really has to think, like, how can I fight against Strays here? Do I try to outspeed something like the Amelia? Like, what do I go for?
I wonder if YUNDUAN might, or doesn't, or I wonder if he would just end up playing like Flan +1 or some kind of control unit plus a force band in the form of like Nido or something like that. But I guess maybe he can't because of the Amelia, but the ML Celine,
that's an interesting pick. It is a unit.
Are you ready?
And the Senya again. Wow. So the ML Celine is actually a character that can fight Apocalypse Ravi and revive whoever gets killed by Strays, but it isn't very good versus Spectre Tenebria overall. And Senya is kind of a little bit similar as well. Does this Senya actually have like an insane amount of health and they're using it as a Strays counter or something? Some people used to build high health Senya to take the hit from Strays rather than their tank.
And
but
Researcher Carrot locked in from JINTAE's side to go against 2 Earth heroes on the right. Crossband, Amelia, and Emil Koerik.
And so the cleanser banned from both sides here technically, right? Obviously the carrot is kind of going to be a burden against the Alencia and the Senya, both of whom are obviously element disadvantageous against
carrot's a big deal. I think it's gonna kill his whole team.
Yeah, I think so too. And the other thing is that the carrot actually gets to deal with the Spirit Eye Celine, who normally deals with high aggro cleave teams by countering crits, but in this case, the carrot doesn't even crit at all, and actually with the speed tuning, the carrot might actually be able to strip away all the buffs entirely.
Yeah, Spirit Eye Celine getting the first turn is definitely really helpful. The thing is, all the characters have immunity. Is Stray's just gonna possibly S2 rather than use S3? And he does go for it. He goes to the strip on the whole team.
Ooh. Working, here's the counter from
Spirit Eye.
That though. Oh, a lot of damage though.
It's time to find
Yeah,
an
the
answer.
thing is that this carrot is gonna really hurt. There's no cleanses on Yunduan's side, and even without attack buff, carrot's gonna easily kill something like the ML Celine right here, and lands all but 2 burns overall on the team.
Ooh, yeah, and this looks really bad for her. I mean,
yeah, Spectre
she's
bringing
just
up,
dead.
Yeah, taking the next turn, and is just gonna stun somebody too. And with what Yunduan has left, I don't think he has many options, does he?
Yeah, not really. I mean, his best I guess his best option here would be to SP onto the... Ooh, actually goes on to the Senya. I was thinking maybe he would want to prevent the defense buff, but...
Okay, no stun this time. Can
I'm not
Yunduan
really
survive?
sure. I'm not really sure Senya living is gonna do all that much though. She's almost gonna be dead from the burns, and she'll do a bit of damage, but I don't think Alencia can clean up the entire match.
I hope you're ready.
He decides to go for a defense break.
Ooh! And forcing out actually the...
Do I look like
Or he actually provokes the Apocalypse Ravi so she doesn't... I guess both so that Senya doesn't have to deal with the burns from the turn, but also gets immunity and guarantees that Apocalypse Ravi doesn't try to kill a unit turn 1.
I actually think that was the right play because he's gonna S3 here, and I think the Spectre Tenebra is dead, and if he's able to get a Soul Burn S1 on that Apocalypse Ravi and Defense Breaker, she might just about be dead. If she doesn't crit the Senya, she might die.
Ooh,
and it does
she's
hit
dead
Carrot as well.
Oh wait, she's
Barely.
not!
Spectre Tenebra not dying is a pretty huge deal. He
there's
does
a
get the
defense
defense break.
So this should be
And if his Apocalypse Ravi misses, I think she dies. And
Yeah,
she does.
here's the
that's...
counter.
She's dead!
Oh, he
Oh,
survived!
she's
Not. Wow, they're all living by such slim margins!
Oh, but another burn.
There's a barrier for count. And
but that
Senya's
has to
still
go.
Missed the crit.
alive!
This Senya is just single-handedly taking apart JINTAE's team.
And now the skill 3, the defense bump for the entire team, and oh my god, I don't think it's enough
Robbie's
for...
gone, only Carrot surviving on the left.
Still alive.
Oh,
It does
hit
actually land
you?
a hit. This is so close, actually. The burns getting on Alencia aren't great, but she is pretty healthy for right now.
Yeah, and I mean, double miss fortunately for JINTAE, but this looks like a really tough right side team to deal with right now. You still have the Adventure Roz and the Alencia, but this looks like a really, really, really burnt up team. G-Cleb. I mean, you see it. It's 4 burns and 2. I mean, even with. Ooh, I don't know if this will be
He's
enough.
the heal there.
Oh, she's not dead.
She's still
106
alive.
HP left.
And he needs all the damage he can get. That's a huge deal.
Alencia too.
If he lands either hit here, oh my god, she takes
Crit!
it.
That is it. Yunduan came back from impossible in game 2.
Oh my
Insane.
god.
The Senya just completely carried that match, almost single-handedly. She just needed a little bit of help from the team, but she took everything out.
And
Even a fire
Yunduan
unit.
clutching victory from the jaws of defeat. I thought he was dead almost 4 or 5 times during that match, and the burns, the whole team's so low. They were living on a prayer, and oh god,
This is
my
what we're
goodness,
getting in the winners finals. The level of these two players is just too high. Way too high.
Yeah, Senya
Wow.
really showing she's a pretty damn good unit right now. After
Yeah. Oh my
And,
god.
I mean, JINTAE, you could say he didn't respect the Senya, but like if you look at his team, it looks like he had it. It looks like he had a huge advantage there. Like how could he lose the carrot? But the Senya just against all odds was somehow able to just clutch that win.
Get ready for a lot more Senyas on RTA, guys. And let's go back into now 1-1 tied between the two.
Yeah, and not to
Yunduan
harp on
showing
it
no
too much.
emotion still too.
Yeah, and I was gonna say not to harp too much on it, but I guess that resist from the Senya turn 1 actually did matter a lot, because if not for that, he wouldn't have been able to def break with the Senya and then provoke turn 1, which kind of just led to the Apox just immediate death basically as soon as she ended up being able to take a turn. But I guess we'll see. Maybe he decides to ban the Mediator, or JINTAE decides to ban Mediator. But no, it's actually Angel of Light ban.
Wow, Angel of Light and Amelia.
I'm sensing corruption.
So, okay, he takes the Mediator Quirk this time. So, JINTAE has been going insanely aggressive previously, but maybe now we're going to see more of a standard versus standard match, but YUNDUAN seems to be wanting that kind of match. The first 2 games already, he's kind of picked a similar sort of standard draft, and I mean, the second one, somehow he took it, right? But maybe JINTAE, now as more of these characters are getting banned, is going to go a little bit slower than going so aggressive.
Yeah, and the Alencia taken away by, or I guess taken in response to the Mediator Karak, potentially to strip all the buffs, I think is, again, fairly neutral. And basically the 2 halves of the formula, I think that most people, or the 2/3 of the formula that most people take in order to have a neutral opening with the Mediator Karak and the Alencia A-Raz being taken away by YUNDUAN here, but it looks like JINTAE is going to run back a similar sort of plan from last game with the Spectre Tenebria and Apocalypse Robbie, but maybe allowing the Senya to be less, I guess, appealing, because now there's a more or a stronger cleanser here in the Mediator Karak that also provides for tempo, right?
The thing is, JINTAE can definitely round out his draft with 2 aggressive options. Like, if YUNDUAN doesn't pick anyone especially fast, you could see something like a closer Charles Ida come out at the end right here. So YUNDUAN really has to consider, like, what are some options he could pick that can actually survive a really aggressive option, or does he decide to go aggressive here? Like, how is he going to round it out?
See, less than 17 seconds to choose 2.
Yeah, he's really running out of time.
I think
because he has to really consider what
Christina.
Christina, interesting.
He will eat the damage and bring one back up. And
Shu. Okay, Shu is one of those characters that she's really bulky and can take a lot of punishment. And she can actually deal with Apocalypse Robbie. And Violet coming out really strong into both those units. And Strays is the last one. Okay, wow.
No.
These draft are Shu's still above a 63% win rate throughout the tournament, so that's pretty high.
JINTAE really enjoying the Violet pick. He's picked him multiple times, but like the thing is, you look at YUNDUAN's team and you see how it's susceptible to a pick like that. JINTAE isn't just wildly picking a character like Violet. Like it pretty obviously beats YUNDUAN's team. It's a huge threat.
Charlotte.
Ooh, in the Fire Charlotte.
Yeah. Fire Charlotte's a great pick, and it's gonna get banned. I'm actually not sure. Fire Charlotte's a character that is still definitely viable into a lot of people's drafts, I think, but she has a lot of trouble, obviously, against heavy debuffs, etc. But there's a lot of teams now with like Alencia and Spectre Tenebria and stuff that is pretty susceptible to her.
And JINTAE already locking in his ban, but I think YUNDUAN's debating whether or not he wants to ban the Violet or the Strays here. I think surely, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and the last 2 picks being taken out, but how is Violet gonna get taken care of is the real question, because like even Spectre Tenebria might be too hard to kill. I don't know if he's gonna be able
let's
to
see if YUNDUAN's got an answer against JINTAE's team, starting with Meteor Kawerg on the left.
Yeah, so just from the start of this match, yeah, he's just gonna go for the S2 on her, strip that buff, and probably just go for the S3 on her to stun. Destina's gonna get the turn after and be able to cleanse easily, but
Is that all you've got?
Still meaningful damage, right?
Yeah,
and
he's still doing
kind of
nice
starts the cycle.
Yeah. And it actually procs the rune, which is definitely really nice for him because that's gonna start ticking down. He might start going for Shu after, just because he doesn't really want to deal with that shield. Alencia's gonna lose it if she S3s into another turn after anyways. So,
electing not
she
to
actually
use
goes
this
to S3. Maybe he wants to build up a little bit of injury as well, and I guess hold off to make it so that Mediator Queric doesn't want to attack buff the team because she can strip it.
And the Shu already
this could be huge.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Doesn't actually proc the S2. That could have just spelled doom instantly for this Apocalypse Robbie if it happened. But the real question is, like, how are they gonna kill this Violet? Is it just a string of good luck from the Alencia? Because Alencia is the only one that really can kill him, and she has a really hard time doing it.
The first counter.
And it doesn't crit.
Beautiful.
Still with attack buff. Violet can do a lot. Of course, that will be gone.
Don't try me. Don't chicken out.
Now, is he actually going to be able to crit here, or...
It's 50-50.
He does crit.
There's a crit.
He does go onto the Shu as
It's
well.
going to do a nice amount of damage. Yeah, 10,000.
Oh, and a counterattack, though.
Well, the counter's nice and all, but it's never going to be able to kill Violet, right? Like, Shu is a menace to a lot of characters, but definitely not Violet. And overall, it just comes down to JINTAE needs to get rid of this Alencia, and once she's gone, I don't see how YUNDUAN could possibly deal with his team. It's definitely, the odds are against YUNDUAN in this one.
There's a lot to do from Yunduan's side. Has to work his way through S10 and then a Ravi and then Violet at the end.
Ooh, unleashing the skill 3, so this should definitely kill the Spectre Tenebria, but I think the Violet is...
Does, yeah.
Yeah, he's itching to kill the Alencia, and I mean, Apocalypse Ravi is also kind of looking for a target to use skill 3 on, but maybe he just dies here.
Oh my god, he actually did get the defense break and just cleans it up.
And that's 2 DPS gone on the left now.
YUNDUAN's team is so healthy. The thing is, like, it is almost possible that YUNDUAN could just keep his Alencia alive for a long period of time, because his team... The thing is, if JINTAE was able to deconstruct a little bit more of YUNDUAN's team, then I don't think he would have any chance against the Violet, but with how healthy YUNDUAN's team is, maybe there's actually a chance you could get his Alencia to take out the Violet, because he also has Destina support, he gets anti-crit from Shu every once in a while, he gets defense buff, like, he's pretty bulky over there.
Yeah, and the thing that you have to remember as well is that it's not even just killing the Alencia, it's killing the Alencia and then killing the Destina, right? Because she still has a lot of mitigation from Adventurer Ra, so then that kind of, you know, the question kind of becomes, can you kill this knight who's mitigating kills from, kills onto the Alencia and onto the healer? Because, look, even with that damage, the small amount of damage that you saw come out from Violet onto the Alencia, now Alencia is back to full in 27,000 HP.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely just going to come down to Frenzy's going to start really running up, and Violet's either going to get some big pop-ups and kill a unit or two, or the Alencia is going to get lucky and hit him once we get a little bit farther into Frenzy. If the Violet, for instance, got hit and got defense broken, he'd be in a lot of trouble, but the thing is, he has 2 more turns of immunity, and Shu just takes out the quirk. But the thing is, that's actually kind of bad, because now he has to start hitting Violet, and is he really going to be able to survive this?
Now the last one standing with a whole lot of buffs. There's the counter attack.
First counter and lands.
Crit.
Guardian Ice Crystal's landing, so... Alencia actually hits... Don't
but not
too
on the
crazy
second.
Kind of like, we're not able to actually get that defense break yet, right?
But
injuries piling up.
For a miracle.
So the reason why I'm very kind of anxious about all these hits is because as you can already see, the injury is piling up, and I know that, you know, it's not normally possible for Shu to be able to kill the Violet, but you have to remember that when Shu has her skill 3 up, Violet, or she's able to counter against any of the Violet's hits, and if he decides not to kill the Violet, it may not seem like a lot, but a counter S1 where Shu, when the Shu isn't able to get punished for countering and is just doing free damage with S1 into possibly the S2, that is damage that is going to be important in terms of eventually chipping away at this Violet's health bar, right?
I think that the Alencia missing there was kind of a huge deal. Oh, he actually does land the hit. Oh my god, wait. Huge damage. Wait a second. If he pushes Alencia here and actually hits, this could actually just... If he hits twice...
Can you? Can you hit
that
twice?
right? I think that's it, Daniel!
Must be crushed.
Is that it? It is! That's game 3!
Violet down into the grave!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
YUNDUAN is actually just winning these games that it's just like, certainly there's no way he could take the Violet with this team, right? And then he just does it. There's no way Senya can beat Carrot, and then he does it. Like, he just... Oh my god.
YUNDUAN.
Wow.
He's got...
YUNDUAN...
Stoic! No emotion!
Yeah, YUNDUAN wins a match, and he acts like nothing even happened. Like,
He's on the rage mode. Dude, you beat me once? You're the only person who beat me in this tournament. I'm not gonna let that happen
take
again.
Him out.
Wow.
Yeah, never again. You get 1, but that's it.
Yeah, he smudged his perfect record. Oh my god.
Yeah, YUNDUAN actually, wow, he pulled out 2 really crazy wins right there where most people would just be like, I don't know how you can possibly fight that. It looks, that's such a disadvantage. But then He just makes the impossible possible. There's something about him that he's just able to do it. In that match, what really mattered is that he was able to take out stuff like the Apocalypse Ravi really fast, because it was kind of a race against time where he needed to make it so his team wasn't insanely low and like really damaged before the Violet really was able to pop off too hard. Because if it had lasted a little bit longer with Apocalypse Ravi chipping him down, maybe a character getting taken out, he wouldn't have been able to have such good odds against taking the Violet. He would have way less turns to possibly get lucky and hit him.
All right. With that, Yunduan leading 2-1. Now waiting for 2 more pre-bends. And JINTAE, he was winning the first round, but not anymore.
So JINTAE's Violet actually not working out so hot right there. And we see Ross and Emil Quirk getting taken out. Those are 2 of the biggest standard picks just to taken out. So what's left, right? Ross is the biggest tank. There's no Dien, there's no Emil Quirk, there's no Emil Lilius, Amelia. Like, most of the supports are taken out. Are we just going to see a DPS beatdown or some sort of cleave or aggro?
Yeah, lots of pairing with the Knight and supports are already gone.
I still think that Yunduan's probably going to lean more towards perhaps the Apocalypse Ravi or the Alencia, or both. Alencia obviously still fairly value, and you saw from that last match, the Spectre Tenebrae is fairly weak to the double AoE, right? The Alencia and the Shu S3 just immediately took her off the board as soon as she as soon as she took her turn.
Yeah, the thing is, this Spectre Tenebrae is very versatile. Oh, we see that Destina immediately picked.
Destina.
I would think JINTAE is going to go really aggressive right here, but... Okay, he takes the Alencia. His team is still a little bit ambiguous on exactly how he's going to form it together, but... Is he going to decide to go insanely aggressive against Yunduan's team, or just kind of slow it down and go for a more methodical win? Because so far when he's been playing against Yunduan, Yunduan's standard gameplay seems to be working pretty well for him.
And I think this third pick is so important because it really is going to tell, or kind of lay out how the rest of the match is going to go, because normally you were able to kind of hide your picks with the Mediator, the DN, or something on 3, but look, the Charles is kind of JINTAE's forced, is kind of JINTAE's hand forced, right? Like, he does kind of have to show the intent of his draft. He's not able to hide it, and
there's not enough units left to hide.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think Yunduan at this point might have to, like, I mean, I think he recognizes this and can probably think to himself, like, okay, maybe I need to either bulk up a little bit more, or maybe abuse the fact that this Closer Charles is going to be doing AoEs, and I mean, you could even think about, you know, something like an Assassin Sid or something like that to punish both.
Is he gonna speed contest
against Closer Charles?
Oh, okay. The thing is, Closer Charles is not that fast of a unit, so obviously something like Peira's gonna outspeed. But JINTAE still has options of characters like Sid and Silk, for instance. Like, he still has a lot of like kind of cleave speed options, and is Yunduan going to be able to outspeed him? I'm not sure who's faster, but Yunduan seemed to be very confident in his cleave, judging by all the lines.
Pick 4.
Ball on 4.
So Yunduan's thinking about something else.
Yeah, Yunduan's team, he's going for a bit of a flexible thing, and JINTAE decides to take the Designer Lilibet against those debuffs. Is he going to go for the Politis last pick?
So I know people might be a little bit concerned about the fact that based on how Yunduan's draft is right now, it kind of looks like there's the chance that Yunduan is going to be fighting a solo, or using a solo Apocalypse Ravi DPS draft, but I think a lot of people's Sage Balls have been built recently to kind of, I mean, it's normally used as a cleave, like an anti-cleave control unit, but I've actually seen a lot of it. Oh, and before I can even finish that sentence.
Yeah, he's gonna ban the Spectre. Yeah. Ravi is actually a pretty strong pick here. There's no way that JINTAE's team really would have been able to deal with it that easily, and the big problem here is Desert Drill Basara kind of takes out Peira. If Yunduan isn't able to finish that thing off quickly, Destina could go for a revive on the Peira if she just dies, or maybe it's an incredibly high health Peira that can actually survive it. But
let's see, Yunduan on the match point to go into that grand finals, or is it going to be JINTAE striking back?
Peira having 16,000 health isn't really going to survive with much health if she uses her S3.
Yeah, so I think it's the force out, and unfortunately, I mean, but the RNL,
RNLs.
she can, I mean,
She
I
could
know
stun
it
the
might not
closer
seem
Charles
like a lot,
right
but-
here.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and she
Oh,
does
and she
it.
does.
Oh my god, so closer and the Sage
Oh, and the
going right
closer.
after.
Oh, JINTAE not so happy with that stun.
Yeah, that RNL is pretty big, and he doesn't land the sleep, but I don't know if Desert Jewel Basar really, I don't know if it would have mattered much.
She
since he
didn't
went
die.
anyways.
The Payer is
she
actually alive.
Yeah, she actually had 16,000 health, and I believe that shield is somewhere around 14,900 or so. Valencia's gonna try and just finish them off right now. Doing a good amount of damage and kind of lapping around. But the thing is, like,
Flies.
is YUNDUAN really going to be able to bring that Payra back? And is his Apocalypse Ravi really going to be able to deal with JINTAE's entire team? It's his only real damage.
Oh my god,
He's
wow,
going
it's
for
still
it.
free already.
Charles!
Oh my god, but
she's
it's actually
alive.
Not enough.
the closer Charles is actually a little bit bulky because defense buff normally wouldn't be enough to just save him outright. He must have a little bit of defenses somewhat. And YUNDUAN is just like, what do I do now? Like, I just kind of blew my big skill. I needed to save it, but I couldn't have because Closer Charles is going to get the evasion. And I don't think that his Apocalypse Ravi is going to be enough to really be able to break through JINTAE's team.
He still does have the cleanses and stuff up, but I'm assuming at this point maybe he wants to use his skill 3 to heal up his Sage Ball on the Charles.
Well,
And
he's
that-
actually just
that'll
going to finish up
for
the
a little
Charles.
longer.
And it does silence his team, but it doesn't really matter too much. In fact, yeah, I just immediately got cleansed anyways. The problem is that Alencia is going to start piling this injury on the Apocalypse Ravi. And even though Apocalypse Ravi can do the same, like, look, they're just going to go back and forth. It's kind of in favor of JINTAE just because he actually has 2 damage-dealing options.
Well, so the one thing that I am kind of curious about is, like, obviously the Sage Ball does kind of act as like a pseudo Crow, right? Like a true damage nuker if things kind of go late enough or if there's enough AoE damage, but
He's really unlucky with that. Actually, it kind of is a big deal because he needs to force this Desert Jewel Basar to use his S3 because he gets a huge amount of damage reduction while he has it up, and YUNDUAN doesn't even want to go for him at all. He has no chance really of killing him while he has it up, especially with the defense.
But look at the cooldowns. I think is that Apocalypse Ravi's
a dual attack, but
I think Apocalypse Ravi's S3 is back up, Jenna.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, you're right. And Destina has everything up.
Ridiculous.
So if he's actually able to get somebody low enough, he's just gonna finish them off. He finally
In the
does
sleep
land a
this
sleep.
time around.
Here.
Yeah.
Now,
But-
is he thinking about it? Not this time.
He gets a little bit of extra damage. Anti-magic mask procking, giving her immunity.
Don't be afraid.
Oh, but even with the defense break, that does virtually no
Yeah.
damage to YUNDUAN's Apocalypse Ravi, and the
his
Destina
Apocalypse Ravi
cycling
does
again.
I'll deal with this.
Now the problem is that defense buff makes it so there's no chance that he could possibly kill it with his S3 right here. I don't think, yeah. He just wants to burn her down a little bit more. Just keep chipping her away until he gets that S3 and he brings back his Payra.
I actually think YUNDUAN is in such a good position here now.
I agree. I think you're right. JINTAE just doesn't really seem to have the damage to break through. If he had an injury Alencia, I think things would be completely different. But with this Alencia not being able to pile the injury on fast enough, oh, and he gets another sleep.
Ends here.
This Desert Jewel Basar is just holding his S3, and
I'll punish you
this
myself.
Alencia is just being completely useless right now. Designer Little Bit almost just getting taken out too.
Yeah.
He might not even use the S3 on her. It might save. Oh, and he gets a duel.
Oh,
Almost
wow, and
taking
that
it
almost
out.
actually kills her.
Oh, and Desert Jewel Basar actually has to S1 just for the heal, I think, or...
Oh no, he just decides to use a skill 3 here, but...
The thing is,
the designer
there's-
Little Bit...
Sage also has his S3. He could just use that to finish off his S1 wasn't enough anyways, but he actually just goes to S2 to strip. It doesn't actually sleep the Alencia, but I don't think he has any... Oh, he gets the stun, which is nice, but I don't think he can really kill this Apocalypse Ravi.
Is it too late already?
Oh, and the resist on the defense break as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much
That's
that
really
matters,
unfortunate, but yeah, I don't know if it really mattered. The thing is, as Frenzy goes, you get more attack and less health, and Apocalypse Ravi actually scales pretty well with attack, but Alencia doesn't. So this Apocalypse Ravi is just getting stronger as we go into the match, and Alencia is kind of just getting weaker. And yeah, he's just gonna take him out like this.
That GGP is almost dead.
Far.
And remember, Desina still has S3 and S3 from Ravi. So Yunduan in a really good position still.
Don't be
Yeah,
afraid.
Yunduan is just
This Alessia's not getting
Wow.
out of her bed this entire game.
And Yunduan making it
moves
to the
up
finals.
to the grand finals, only dropping a single round in the entire tournament so far.
Wow. Yunduan is still just chugging along. He only lost
Business
one.
as usual, man.
No emotions, not even a smile, nothing. He just, wow. Yeah, Yunduan
Yeah, he's just
did an incredibly good job there. He had a couple of incredible matches against JINTAE, and the third one was just JINTAE couldn't deal with the Apocalypse Ravi. It's a situation we saw yesterday where you have your nicely put together draft to fight against their whole team, but the Apocalypse Ravi alone is able to pretty much dominate you. And it's unfortunate for JINTAE that he just couldn't really fight against it. In a lot of situations like that, Alencia and Designer Lobed might be able to take it out, but not his A Ravi.
I can't stress enough that through near every single like match, right? It feels like we saw something, or we saw like a fatal flaw in the draft of Yunduan, where we thought that, you know, JINTAE would have like a big draft advantage. Like even in that last match, we were thinking to ourselves like, wow, the Sage Ball, like what is the Sage Ball gonna do? But Yunduan just time and time again, just seeing, I guess, like a win con that we just didn't, right? And I think most people would agree that most of the drafts would look JINTAE favored, and then they didn't, which is really impressive. You know, and kudos to Yunduan for sure.
Yeah, I think Yunduan certainly knew what he was doing. We'll have some time to analyze the match with the draft, and there were some games where we thought, okay, Yunduan might not have enough to actually take out JINTAE, but he did both of the times. So this guy certainly knows something else that we might be not catching at the time.
Yeah, and I mean, just great play from Yunduan, right, Jenna? I mean, you voted him for, or you have him as your pick for the win.
Hey, I just guessed. Like, let's be real. We all kind of just guessed, right?
I mean, his play looked really immaculate though, like really spotless, honestly. Minus that game, what was it? Game 2, if I recall, right? I don't even remember exactly. Oh, was it game 1 actually?
The first one, yeah. The first one was the one he lost, and we thought, hey, there's like a crack in the armor. Maybe Yunduan is a little vulnerable, and then we saw the next draft, and we thought, oh man, Yunduan's gonna have a lot of trouble. Like, how is he gonna fight this? But then he just comes out by the skin of his teeth, and he just takes both of them.
Yeah,
incredibly impressive.
From the first game, where JINTAE, this was the only game that JINTAE was able to win, actually.
And when you see this draft, it just kind of looks like JINTAE's going to win, right? Because he has such a huge amount of aggression against a team that just has so much trouble fighting back. And also, like, even Apocalypse Ravi here, like, she survives, so what, right? You have Spectre Tenebria still waiting in the wings, you have Emma Lilius, and Diane is great versus a character like Apocalypse Ravi as well. So even if she survives, even if she revives somebody, you probably don't care, because Spectre Tenebria is just going to kill whoever revives. JINTAE's team right here was perfect against Yunduan. Like, just a really, really good draft where he just hard punished what Yunduan was going for. He said, I'm not going to play your game. I'm not going to deal with this Lionheart Sarmia with my Emolius. I'm just going to cleave you, pretty much. Just huge aggro team.
Yeah, if I recall, going into game 2, I think Yunduan actually ended up, he ended up taking away one of the more aggressive options, right? The C. Lilius ban really kind of put a staple, or kind of put a stop rather, to JINTAE's kind of more aggressive, high-tempo pacing, right? Because we saw here, and I really don't know if I can call this a solid win from Yunduan, because it really was by like the skin of his teeth, but you could see how, like, effective Yunduan's preparation and bans were, right?
Yeah, it was actually a shock that Yunduan was able to win this. I think there was definitely some RNG involved, I would say, overall, just where, like, maybe Yunduan just not getting unlucky was kind of a big deal too. But I think he doesn't get stunned here either, which I think that may have, that resist right there, I think single-handedly influenced that whole match into Yunduan's win. And JINTAE should have won that match, I feel like. There's no way that Senya Alencia should ever take this.
And there were lots of defense break on a Ravi, so Ravi did go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, this Senya she survived forever. It was incredible that she was actually able to live for as long as she did. She was on the healing exclusive equipment, which makes it so every time she was countering there, she was just healing that slight amount, which was enough for her to survive.
Yeah, and it almost makes you wonder, right, in that one like specific scenario right there where the Senya actually didn't die to the Spectre Tenebria. I almost wonder if things could have been different if the Senya actually had died there, right? Because then it would have been a 2v1, and maybe the Alencia dies a little bit easier to the Carrot being forced to attack. But I mean, we can only see that, you know, going on into game 3, the continued priority of Yunduan's Alencia here, right? And the Adventure Roz especially, and what would eventually come into be, I guess, like a really like turn 2 eccentric kind of draft that he had with this this Alencia, Adventure Roz, and Destina. And I mean, even with what I think most people would consider to be 2 of the best DPS or like solo carry DPSs in the form like the Spectre Tenebria and the more reliable Apocalypse Ravi, I mean, Yunduan still kind of held it down. And I mean, even in this match, again, another match I think a lot of us were thinking, okay, you know, Violet solo at the end of the day. Yunduan kind of just saw, you know, played his cards to in such a way where he played he had no extra damage be done to his Alencia. He made sure that his Alencia had as many opportunities as possible to really hit into the Violet and not take excessive damage from anything else, right? Which is really great. Like, it's just perfect planning.
There's one thing I definitely want to note is, do you see that attack down that was on the Shu right there? That actually made it so that the dual attack was with Alencia instead of Shu. And it actually hit that Violet into that last hit that won the game. That was pretty big, that the Violet countered and unfortunately put the debuff on.
Yeah, because the dual attack goes with the highest attack from your teammate. That's a great point, Jenna. And today we had a lot of JINTAE. This time Spectre Tenebria was banned, but this entire match, JINTAE was the one grabbing that Spectre Tenebria early on. Do you think that hurt him overall in this matchup?
Spectre Tenebria? Well, I think Spectre is a really
Yunduan
good
is
pick.
never picking that hero. It's only on the left side this entire time.
I think Spectre is a great pick from JINTAE, and I don't think that's why he's losing I mean, I'll definitely say that Yunduan got lucky on some of the stuff. Like, a couple of those wins could have gone completely different based on the RNG, right? This final match was definitely just I mean, a huge difference. Just Yunduan's draft really worked well, and the RNL proc also was big against Closer Charles. So it's hard to say for some of these, because I think some of them could have totally gone either way. Some of these matches Yunduan won totally could have gone for JINTAE, 100%, just based off of a few either decisions or a few RNG procs happening a little bit differently.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think anyone would have really thought that this solo DPS Apocalypse Ravi would have been enough. And I mean, we just saw that, I guess, with a little, I mean, I'll say, I guess it's a little bit of luck on Yunduan's side and a little bit of planning. Like, there's just to kind of say, there's a lot of players, especially in the ladder, who, even with the extra luck on their side, would not be able to see, I think, the kind of like the light at the end of the tunnel for some of these drafts, because you're fighting Violet, like, oh, okay, I'm probably going to give up here, or like, oh, you know, like, maybe you make a mistake here or there, you take extra damage, but a lot of those small micro decisions actually end up turning the tides of the game for you, because even if Yunduan didn't kill someone like the Violet on his first turn with the Alencia, with perfect planning and like damage mitigating and like damage distribution, he eventually would be able to have extra turns to try and eliminate someone like Violet. And even in that match, that third match, right, like the perfect timing of the Sage Ball S2 and making sure to hold certain cooldowns, he was able to inevitably just punish like everything that JINTAE wanted to do. I'm not really speechless per se, but I'm shocked, I guess, from how much thought he had into it. I'm just so impressed, honestly.
Yeah,
I'm kind of baffled.
Impressive winners match. Now Yunduan in that grand final slot now JINTAE dropping down to the lower bracket, which is going to be the next match that we're going to have very short after a break. We have Phantom waiting on that lower bracket. JINTAE versus Phantom after the break. Don't go anywhere, guys.
설레웠던 밤이 가고 이 시간이 흘러가면 우리의 세상이 더 아름답게 펼쳐질 거야. 내 모습이 부끄러워 감춰지길 바래왔던 모든 걸 보여줘. 바다에 일렁이는 파도 속으로 떠나자. 손을 잡고 꿈이 반짝거리는 서로의 맘속에서 반짝이는 별처럼 떠나볼래. 푸른 바닷속으로 두근거리는 내 맘 안고 혼자가 아니야. 서로가 있어. 영원히 간직하고 싶어. 꿈만 같은 세계로 햇살
Welcome everyone back to the main stage, and now we're moving into the lower bracket. The winner moves up to go against YUNDUAN, who's still standing on top in the grand finals. JINTAE coming down here from the interview. Well, he was saying that he'll send YUNDUAN down to the lower bracket. That certainly did not happen. Let's see if the puppy power is enough to bringing him back up to that grand final slot, because his opponent is best from Japan, the Phantom.
Yeah, so JINTAE actually beat Phantom. He's the one who put him there.
Yes,
so
he did.
We've seen that he can beat him, but they had a pretty close best of 5.
2 to 3, yes.
Yeah, maybe Phantom feels a little more confident or less confident after going through the lower bracket. You know, he did a pretty good job, and I think both of the players are pretty close. I think it could really go either way. I'm gonna put my vote on JINTAE, and we might see him versus YUNDUAN in the finals, but I think Phantom totally could take it though. I think it's entirely possible.
Yeah, and to further kind of what you mentioned, Jenna, you know, JINTAE just lost I would say a pretty
advantageous
intense best of 5. Well, I would just say, you know, a best of 5, but on the flip side, you have Phantom, who is really, you know, I guess kind of feeling himself. Like he's been winning, he's been doing fairly well.
Yes.
We always see him laughing and giggling. You know,
Yeah,
he brought
Phantom's
his
been
out
having a
last
good
time
time.
too. So, I mean, you have someone who's just basically lost the series, and someone who's now kind of just made his triumphant run through losers. And I mean, this could be one of those matches, and you know, not to you know, side with one side too much or the other, but you know, this is one of those things where momentum and mentality and mindset really could play a big part in the draft, right?
Especially in these matches with this much pressure and lots of championship, not just the prize. You have a lot coming along with that championship trophy. And was this enough time for JINTAE to recover from that emotional damage? Let's see, because Phantom has been watching the first match, and I think he's ready to pop off. The numbers, average game time actually very high for Phantom compared to JINTAE.
I think it's been going up every single time he's been shown. I think it's getting longer and longer. And we've seen JINTAE go really aggressive in some of these drafts. I think we might see JINTAE go really aggressive, and maybe Phantom's going to be more defensive. I mean, look at it, just the average game time, for instance. Maybe he feels more comfortable with that. But I could really see this going either way. They're both really strong. JINTAE has his dog and Phantom has his cat, right?
Yep,
I guess we're going to see the match of the century right here.
We'll see who wins.
And again, like, to kind of talk about like the average game time, Phantom, in my opinion, is just one of those players where I feel like when you see, I guess, like the kind of opponents he plays, like the average game time will go up, and I don't think that's going to be the case for this match, because his opponent likes to play really fast, so maybe we'll see a lot of quick like cleave versus anti-cleave.
Apocalypse Robbie banned!
Okay, immediately taking that character on. Hwa-Young actually being picked. We haven't really seen her all that much recently. She's always banned first. Okay, Apocalypse Robbie gone. You know, Hwa-Young, as weird as it sounds, is almost like a breath of fresh air compared to the Apocalypse Robbie recently.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying that, but and JINTAE goes for a really standard pick. DN is just so powerful, and there's no Emolilius on board.
Well, this is something that we talked about as a joke. Maybe we'll see a Robbie in the pre-bans, but it happened already. Phantom certainly.
That's the first one.
Phantom certainly hasn't been thinking about this for a long time.
G-Clef, that's a really early Spectre Tenebra ban. Pick, because I was gonna say that the Bellion is already isn't banned here.
Yes,
contrary to how normal bans go. So
yeah, normally they are banned. I wonder if JINTAE forgot that she existed because she's always banned or something, because usually he likes picking his early Spectre, but that's a huge weakness for her. Okay. Wow. This is an interesting draft coming out of JINTAE's side. Very aggressive and fast, and Phantom seems to be clapping back with the Flan going for real big speed.
Oh, Flan on 4.
And
closer
Charles. Oh, and the closer as well.
Oh, Phantom.
How confident is he in his closer Charles speed? I'm actually really surprised that he would pick something like that, because generally closer Charles isn't going to be as fast as like maybe JINTAE's Dian or the Faithless Litica. I'm actually surprised you would pick it. And Pavel coming out of JINTAE's side. Wow, okay,
Lots
so
of Rangers on the left.
not really anything defensive getting picked, mostly just like running at both of each other, and the Lion gets taken out and the Pavel, but I think a lot of this might come down to whoever gets the first turn.
Yeah, if the Flan gets the first turn, this is just going to be Flan versus Dian speed, and we're going to see who goes.
Game 1 starting with Closer Charles on the right. And
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Closer over Flan!
Does he have like a 300 something closer?
What the hell is that? Oh my goodness!
10,000 health.
Only cowards run.
Misses one of the crits, but
I think that might that kind of feels like the game, because you just skill 3 here, and I mean you could just punch one unit and
no,
actually
I think it's actually a really good idea. He goes to the push on him because as soon as he does enough damage to one of the units, probably without Core XS2 even, it's gonna push that Closer Charles up to take another turn. So he's using that Closer Charles passive really intelligently. This S2 probably is gonna do enough. Yeah, it even crits. And Closer Charles takes the next turn.
Yeah, and that's Operator Cigarette and the Faceless Litica probably dead, or
Operator Cigarette
using that young Esther yet.
Operator Cigarette not getting a till this game.
And he just goes to the S1 kick, taking that thing out.
And now it's already a 4v2, and this
JINTAE
Phantom's
finally
team
got
looks
a turn,
so
and
strong.
he's only left with 2 on his own.
Yeah, we could see the
My.
confidence out of Phantom to pick that Flan and Closer Charles. He just was like, I'm just gonna outspeed. It's fine. Like, no big
but
deal.
actually,
Look into my eyes.
This is gonna do a lot of damage.
this could actually be a problem for Phantom. Oh, but he doesn't die.
I think he's not really worried because the Mediator Kowarik is going to be getting his turn and be able to cleanse that Hua Young.
Do you think this is a good
So-
idea?
Oh, but it really could have killed there. It looked
Yeah,
really
it was
scary,
close.
actually.
Dian, Magical Girl Dian almost had her revenge and just took it out right there.
Yeah, and
I'm sensing.
I mean,
Not
there's
getting
no
on
more
the
strict,
but yeah.
And that's
Nothing JINTAE can do
GG.
at that
Picks it
point.
up in game 1.
Wow, JINTAE actually getting outsped. Very surprising by that
rare.
Closer Charles.
That's super rare. Phantom. What's
Yeah.
happening, guys?
And normally
Yeah, not
people
often you can
don't-
say JINTAE gets outsped, right? That's not
Exactly,
really something you
just
can
like
say.
by Closer Charles, like JINTAE's really fast. I mean, hey, we saw his description says, "Watch out, I got another 25 speed helm." But like, what was that Closer Charles using? Like a 26 speed helm? What was happening? And Phantom, pretty convincing first win just by the outspeed. But I mean, when it really comes down to it, that's kind of all that mattered is whoever got the first turn with how their drafts were laid out.
Yeah, and part of me has to believe that a bit of this was speed RNG, but if you even think about it, Jenna, think about how bad that match would have went actually if Flan was able to take the turn first, right? Look at JINTAE's side, and imagine if every single one of those units was defense broken to then be skilled 3'd by like the Closer Charles, right?
yeah.
That probably would have killed maybe every single unit actually on YUNDUAN's side, or on JINTAE's side rather. But I mean, I guess we'll have to see in game 2 how they adapt. I don't think we're gonna see another speed race. I think stuff's gonna get banned to play a bit slower.
You just wait, Kana. We might be able to see that again because Apocalypse is not allowed in this matchup. 2 more P-bans happening.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, Phantom's Closer Charles. Even yesterday.
Hua Young getting taken
Never
out.
mind.
And
that's
Closer.
banned.
JINTAE says, I'm not going to fight that Closer again. I don't know how fast that thing is, but I don't want to see it.
I'll do anything.
So, JINTAE also taking the Mediator Quirk. I wonder if JINTAE's going to go for another aggressive draft now they took out the Closer Charles and Phantom can't contest it as well. I mean, the thing is, some people might just say, oh, he takes out the Closer, like he admitted he lost or something like that. Like, oh, he can't deal with it. But the thing is, like, you usually only have so much speed here, and if he really dedicated a lot to that Closer Charles, taking that out could be a huge hit to Phantom's speed contesting and actually being able to go aggressive.
Yeah, and Phantom here electing to take the DN and the Alencia, which is nice because obviously the Alencia kind of blocks out both the media, or just buffs in general, right? So really nice into the Mediator, but taking away the DN here means that, you know, he kind of gets to use DN without having the threat of a Stripper, who's also kind of a neutral pick in the form of Valencia, be picked in like the 1, 2, 3, and also denies kind of that core of Mediator Adventure Rosin, the Alencia. But now Phantom has to deal with the Angel of Light.
I think that Phantom could go for something like maybe a Peira into a I don't know, Politis and what's that other unit? Summertime Asaria. He might go for a really aggressive draft in this because what JINTAE's done is made a team where his last 2 picks have to be DPS carries that can carry his entire team. And if Phantom's able to take one of those out, then he'll just be able to win. He just bans one of them and then he kills the other with an aggressive team. It's entirely possible that he goes for something like that.
Yeah, I think Peira
right this
and
time.
Altis would be really good, actually.
Never mind, he opts for a slower match. Okay, and he picks the Belian instead. She is still up, which we see very little of her because usually she's banned so early. And he takes the Destina. Destina for the cleanse.
Going real slow.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like,
Remnant
I
Violet.
feel like this, it almost feels like this is playing a little bit into JINTAE because JINTAE is able to pick 2 DPS characters that could deal with the entirety of Phantom's team, and wow,
And
okay, he picks the
Both of them,
duel.
the duo comes out again.
We saw it last time and it worked pretty well, like a couple weeks ago or something when he picked that, and it worked really great, and let's see if it works again.
The double dodge.
I mean, he's really putting a lot of his faith into these 2 Violet and ML Violet picks. And yeah, I think fairly standard ban here, the Spectre Tenebria. I'm curious if maybe he would have been better off just letting the
Remnant Violet sometimes likes to just die, roll over and die and do nothing.
Okay, we'll see if the evasion will work. It's time for JINTAE versus Phantom. Up 1, starting with the end on the right.
I think one reason why he wanted to get rid of it though is he didn't want to just get lucky. I mean, he wants to, but he doesn't want to rely only on that. And Violet's a slower character, where if you're not attacking into him as much, he's not really doing anything. So Remnant Violet could have been a lot scarier for him, possibly. And he's going to strip the buffs off of the Belian right there, which is definitely pretty big. Is Phantom going to actually be able to use his Alencia to just deal with Violet himself? And the defense break comes through, but no crit.
Stand down.
Ooh, a bit unfortunate, I think. I mean, the Bellion.
Don't be afraid.
We still have yet to see whether or not the Bellion is on injury or counter. Or I'm assuming it has to be injury based on
I would think
like
so,
the way they picked it. But the S1 is probably what's going to come out here. Oh,
no,
actually,
he has to go for this because he's defense broken and he's going to take so much damage just from a Violet counter. I think if he doesn't get the defense buff, but he does hit.
Do I look like a pushover to you?
Yeah, the problem is here, like, he's putting out so little damage, and yeah, Violet dodges that one. The longer this goes, I mean, Violet's just going to slowly wear down Phantom's team, but we did see YUNDUAN win in a similar situation, even though it feels as though JINTAE's draft is superior.
So something about this match as opposed to another match or the last time we saw the Violet pick, there is a chance that Bellion can actually just start chipping away at the Violet with the passive injury, right? Like, if we see that there's like a, I guess, what would you call it? If there's just random counters that come out from the Bellion Elbersing, if it hits the Violet, that is meaningful damage that will eventually start building up, right? And I mean, even, you know, although we're probably a few frenzied like rounds away from seeing that really come to fruition, if for whatever reason JINTAE decides to do anything but hit the Bellion, there's actually a very good chance that the Violet will just take unnecessary damage, right? And we know that in matches like these, every bit of damage counts.
With my authority as mediator.
Yeah, I mean, this really just comes down to Phantom is going to try and just kill the rest of JINTAE's team, leave that Violet left over, and then hopefully kill it with something like Alencia, which is incredibly difficult. You have to get a few lucky hits in a row usually, because if you miss even like 1 or 2, the Violet could just kill you or recover a lot of his health, and it's a really huge problem. So, I mean, it just comes down to, can JINTAE kill most of the linchpins of Phantom's team before his team slowly gets worked down? And he has such a defensive team with this Ross and its Mediator Cleric that it feels like it's going to go pretty far into Frenzy. The counterattack was pretty nice there, even stripping.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Although it wasn't a huge amount of damage initially, the nice heal buff as well, rolling for the Bellion. Just random extra damage that the Bellion can afford onto the Violet. is always going to be nice. And actually, the second part of the skill 1 actually hits on the Violet here. He's slowed and that might not
Dual
make
attack.
most dual. Oh!
Some
Dual
extra
and
hit here.
crit. Yeah. Does a pretty nice
so-
amount of damage right there. He doesn't have his S3 up right here being able to be used. So yeah, he's just gonna go for the S1 in the blind, and he's doing a lot of damage right here. It's kind of a huge problem. The injury working him down slowly is really big though. If he gets enough injury on him, then this Alencia could just get him with a 1-2 hit.
And I think the name of the game here is probably going to be trying to get rid of the Mediator Cowrick, so there aren't so many ways for the Bellion to either lose the effectiveness of her S3 and also get stripped, right? Because yeah, because like when Diane decides to click press the skill 3 or the S2, if you're able to just take or strip away the
nice
buff, it does proc the Angel of Light, but still that is, you know, again, decent damage against the Violet.
It's a free attack where you can't be countered, which is really big. And you know, this Angel of Light is actually getting some pretty nice value out of that anti-crit. But slowly working down the Meteor to Quirk. This is an incredibly slow match overall, right? Like, this is going to be a long frenzy until either until either the Violet gets hit or the Violet just kills enough people. The anti-crit is really huge though, for Phantom's side. That, like, if he wins the 50-50, that's going to be really big for him.
Yeah, and
the skill null
definitely.
Do anything for her.
Yeah. So the Mediator is definitely gonna die here, either on like she's definitely gonna die, I think, here on this rotation. So now Violet does he does actually hit against
huge damage.
Crit.
It's actually almost it almost killed right there. The ice crystals actually healed up some of that health to where she's at right now. And soul burns are gonna be coming out, and actually does hit the Violet. Which is pretty nice.
The Violet. Does it hit on the second turn? It does, and he's blinded.
Chance and slow down.
Keep in mind though, he has his S2, which is going to be able to cleanse some of those debuffs, so he's okay for right now. But if that happens later on, he might be in a lot of trouble. Belian not missing the first hit is also a really big deal, because then she can't be countered. Even if she misses the second one, just working on that injury is a big deal.
I hope you're ready.
And the other thing is though, is that you have to remember that although you know, Violet has this apple, he still has to take the turn, and he's slowed down, and this is a really meaningful like number of turns that are basically going to happen before he gets to take the turn. The Destina actually might be able to cut the Violet before he goes again, and if the Destina gets to S2 again into this Alencia, I mean, you don't even like there's a good chance like the Angel of Light might actually die before Violet even gets his next turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a thing that I didn't really consider, but that's so big, is Diane is ridiculous in these kinds of matches. If your opponent doesn't have a ton of damage, like Violet, he doesn't get his turn all that often. Ross is actually using his S2 to try and amplify Violet's total amount of damage in turns, but like, Diane just gives that anti-crit, those shields, constant healing. Like, look, anti-crit right there too. Yeah, and he's blinded. Like, it makes it so that in a longer match, like, you just keep missing those crits, Diane keeps healing, that she's just mitigating so much of this Violet's effectiveness, and Alencia's gonna get taken out right here.
And
it almost coming out. It does miss though, but a little tick more on that injury bar. The thing is that Destina has a revive in a couple of turns, and if she revives the Alencia, it might be able to take out the Violet. We'll have to see. But so far, Phantom's done a pretty good job staying in this match and just slowly working on the Violet. It just comes down to, does he hit the Violet like 1 to 2 times in a row, or does he just miss at some pivotal moments?
And a really good play from Phantom there, he actually elects to use the S2 on himself because he knows that he's trying to cycle in this Destina so that he can get the Alencia back. And I don't think there's going to be enough turns taken here where the Violet's going to be able to build up another skill 3.
So even with that much frenzy,
another miss.
It does miss.
Yeah, it does do a sizable amount of damage overall, because we're all the way up to Frenzy 5, almost 6, so Violet is doing a huge amount of damage. Missing Violet is going to be a huge problem now. He is getting the defense buff, which is really going to help him too, because he's not taking many turns. So this defense buff might just be until the end of the entire match.
I wonder if Phantom... Oh, I was thinking maybe Phantom might have wanted to wait for the Destina to revive the Alencia to then use the skill 3 to give the Alencia also the anti-crit. But I guess he's okay with just waiting.
I think that it's kind of fine because I think what could theoretically happen is maybe if he can stall far enough into Frenzy that when he revives Alencia, she just one hit from her instantly kills him.
But Phantom has put a lot of injuries on those two targets on the left.
Defense break or crit. That's actually pretty huge right there. The miss also is important. Is this going to crit? It doesn't crit again. And Violet has his S3 up right now. He's also at the maximum injury, it looks like. It looks as though he's actually at half health now, and it does crit, taking out the Belian.
But she is going to come back, and Destina does have her, or rather, the Dian does have her skill 2. So I'm not sure how much this will matter, because then he's going to have to decide between the... he's going to have to decide between killing the Alencia and the Belian when they both revive here, right?
He might wait one more turn to just get a better rotation of skills, yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna wait once more because you have to remember, when you revive the units, they're on the same spot of the turn bar as when they die. So he wants Violet to take his turn, or just be at the very bottom. And then as soon as... Oh, and this is perfect, actually, for Phantom. This is literally perfect, because now, with that Rostein right there, there's no mitigation or anything, and both of the units are going to get revived, and he has a couple of chances to take this Violet out.
You can call me.
Yeah, that's some damage on Destina. Certainly not enough.
Yeah, Dian's going to use the S3. So, fortunately for Phantom, Dian has her skills up, so she's not going to be attacking into that Violet just yet.
Radiant one.
So now finally the heal goes off from the Destina, but it's really going to be a question of how much these units will do upon... Because they are really low, but Dian does have skill 2 to heal them back up.
That's not really going to do much at all at this point in Frenzy. It comes down to, does he hit or not? If he hits with Alencia, it's just instantly over.
Praying for no defense break.
Oh my god,
JINTAE was praying, but...
This game! Phantom up 2-0.
Really unfortunate. I mean, you have to think about it this way, though. It's a 55 to 45% chance. It's not that high odds for the Violet to dodge, so almost a 50-50. Like, it could have gone either way, really. And that completely just sealed the match right there, getting hit.
Oh, man. Phantom on a match point to go up to the grand finals. What is happening to JINTAE, guys? Is this real? The big favorite of the tournament getting knocked down in top 3.
I guess relying on RNG with Violet is not really working out so hot for him today. I think JINTAE needs to rely on more of just a very consistent, strong units, I think, maybe, because I guess today isn't his day for RNG. Yeah, Phantom actually, I think he's doing a really good job. He's doing a really good job in both of those matches. He's definitely not making any misplays that I can see, for sure, and he's just playing to his advantage in the match. He sees, like, okay, this is my win condition, and he's really playing to that well, and he was so patient in that match, too. I mean, everyone was patient. Like, it took quite a while. We were all the way down into Frenzy 7.
I think it took some of us to realize how strong Phantom was, especially that match yesterday against DYR. He was so confident. And today, I think he has the same vibe to go against JINTAE. That's the reason why he's up 2-0 now on the match point.
And he just decides he's had enough. No more
Alencia versus his Violet. He takes the Emil Koeric first pick. We've seen that a bunch, and I don't know. Is he going to go aggressive, or either of the players going to play really aggressive, or are they just going to go for these standard teams again?
Because of the A-Rob event, Belian is still up. We don't really have this often.
Yeah, you're right. And Dian, like, a couple of really big units are still up and running, and with that Angel Light being banned, Dian is looking even better.
I think Phantom might choose Dian here instead, though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Exactly.
He might just pick Dian plus...
And takes the Ross. Yeah, he is a very defensive tanky team just automatically with those two units. Both really priority picks, but yeah, you're right. The Belian is still up, and I actually wonder how much some of these players use Blind, because she seems to be banned so often that I wonder if they really incorporate into their playstyle. And an early Shu coming out, since the Alencia's banned, so Shu doesn't really have as many weaknesses as normal, and he might actually go for the Blind. Yeah, Blind being picked.
From JINTAE.
And Spectre is still up. I wonder if JINTAE is going to take that Spectre, because Phantom probably doesn't really want to.
I think maybe we might see more of like a... I was thinking like if Adventure Roz wasn't taken so early, I was thinking maybe like we banned a lot of the DPS now, right? A lot of the safe DPS. I was thinking maybe Landon would come back, especially with Bellion not
that's a good point.
being here, but we do need to see we would need to see something like a Bellion or rather a Fallen Cecilia to kind of mitigate the damage.
Right on the money, Connor.
There's the Landy,
anyway. Yeah.
Well, all right. We haven't really seen Landy at all today, so this is the first appearance of her right here. She's still such a strong unit, although usually she has a bit of trouble into a unit like Belian. Like, it's not always the safest pick into that, but with the Dien shield, it can help a lot. And
Okay.
He's taking the... Okay, so Violet is really good versus those first two picks. I expect her Tenebria, I totally expected. And Senya. Senya's really good versus that team, I think, overall. The thing is, Senya's not the best versus Landy, but Senya's actually really strong versus Violet. And if he gets just the right rotations and everything on Phantom's team...
Charles!
Okay, when Phantom is laughing... oh my god, he's laughing so hard right now.
Oh my god.
He's just trolling.
Dude, I'm looking at the sheet. Charles was never picked since the beginning of the qualifiers. This is the first Charles ever.
Nobody's ever picked this unit. Nobody picks Charles. I can't believe it. He's laughing. He's smiling so much over this pick.
Oh my god, and he pocketed him too! He's waiting! He's praying for the
Phantom! The Charles in the back for that shield from the Ross. Probably gonna get his buff stripped here, I would imagine, but... Oh, never mind. Is this Charles gonna pop off and just like take out JINTAE?
Maximum counters? Are we about to see this happen?
This won't be an easy fight.
He goes to the dual attack on the Blind just to get some good damage, and it seems like the Violet definitely is the highest attack.
Yeah, okay.
That's some nice
the thing is, if
Violet.
Senya S3s and this Charles counters, he could just strip all the buffs, which would be insane.
I forgot she does have a strip,
really possible. Oh, nope, not the counterattack he wanted.
Oh my god, that does a lot of damage.
That damage was insane. It's actually possible that if he has 3s or in crits, she's just going to die.
I know I'm beautiful.
There's a 50%
goes
chance.
for it. He's laughing. He's smiling. Okay.
He goes to the Blind, takes it out.
No way he was gonna do that too. Oh, and his Bellion is already dead.
It doesn't. This damage on this Violet is crazy, and he goes to the strip, and he does get it, which is definitely important. So far, Charles has done nothing but be a joke in this
Real
game.
victory for Phantom?
Yeah, this is a Charles carry right here, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be able to reapply the defense buff and the attack buff, if I recall right, from the skill 3.
0 speed Charles, 19,000 health.
I mean, this can still hurt, right? I guess maybe if he doesn't... Ooh, he actually decides to just press the skill. Oh, and
he gets the second hit. Okay.
Oh god, this is real PTSD, Jenna. Oh, I don't miss this.
For a lot of people who don't know, Charles was once the terror of the game.
Yes.
He was on every single team. In Guild Wars and Arena, he was on every single team. In RTA, you saw him all the time. Just an RNG machine. But now we have Shu. Shu is the new age Charles. But I guess Shu loses to Charles when it really comes down to it, just due to their elements.
I'm not too late.
And so something that's really, really important, I would say, to remember is that this Senya isn't on effectiveness as far as we can tell, right? Because when we did the skill 3, or when he decided to skill 3, he didn't provoke the DN at all.
Counter?
And unlike in other matches where we saw with Hui, where, you know, they were able to kind of just control the whole match, this seems like a very typical Senya that just has high base stats, right? The attack, the HP, the defense, so I don't think it's going to... Oh, and Charles is talking! Oh, he's angry!
Wait, does he S2 after Shu, or...
Oh,
he didn't at all, never mind.
Okay.
The second hit from Shu, though, was big damage onto this. Oh, Elba's coming out again!
He's coming again!
And this time he goes for the S2.
Oh god!
Oh my god, the Charles is actually doing a little bit more pop-offs than the shoe is.
Enemies approaching.
I mean, I gotta be honest though, I feel like the Charles isn't doing even like a fraction as much as this Violet has so far.
Yeah, no, so that is absolutely true, Jenna, but something that we can't deny, and something that you've mentioned at the very start of this match, he can strip Senya if he hits. Right?
And he
regardless
beats
if he doesn't crit or not, right? If you remove the counter buff and the gab, and I mean at this point he doesn't even have either of those, or like, he does have the counter buff. But if you're able to remove that from the shoe, the anti-crits and stuff, that's really, really insane value, because that's what a lot of these units rely on, right? The anti-critting, the countering, the gab, and
he gets the duel, but Elbrus coming out and doesn't go to the S2.
Every single time you have to worry about Charles.
Yeah, every single time I see that Elbrus, I kind of lean in a little bit, like, oh, what's about to happen? Yeah, the thing is, like, this Charles is actually just, he's popping off. The shoe hasn't really countered nearly as much.
Every single hit.
Take this.
And he's actually going for the duel right now on her. She does counterattack, and the anti-crit actually working out from, or just misses a crit, or Snow Crystal. I'm not really sure what just happened. I think the Violet just missed. Charles finally using his S3. Haven't seen this in an incredibly long time.
and that does really good damage.
Yeah, that was huge damage. And JINTAE's team, he just doesn't really have anything left. Like, even if the Violet was gone, I don't think there's any way he could take out Charles. This is, oh my god. Oh my god. He crits. He doesn't have a skill.
Charles!
Okay.
Oh my god, the counter buff!
Almost just takes it out.
Oh, that is game! Phantom is going up to that grand finals with a 3-0 score against JINTAE. What a match!
God.
Oh my. Yeah, Phantom just laughing the whole match at his Charles pick. He's just like, this is it. This pick is actually fine here. It's gonna work, and everyone's gonna love it. And
my god, look at that smile. Oh, how could you be upset when you see a happy man like that? Happy Gacha player. Oh
I mean,
god.
It's unfortunate to see JINTAE knocked out of the tournament, but at least it was just something kind of interesting, right? Like a Charles pick. And I mean, JINTAE is a really strong player, but Phantom getting revenge on him. He's the one who knocked him down to the lower bracket, and now Phantom gets to take him out of the tournament and move on and have a great time while he's doing it.
Yeah, revenge with a 3-0 score. That is huge this time. And also bringing out Charles, because Phantom had a lot more leisure, a lot more room, because he was winning 2-0, and even with that pick, he's just going to bring it down. Of course, JINTAE, great run until the end. He got to the last day. Of course, from the winners, he did drop down and 0-3. That's a pretty big loss, but still top 3 is a pretty big accomplishment for yourself. Now, we do have the 2 finalists. I did not imagine this would be the matchup at the beginning of the qualifiers, if you ask me.
Yeah.
But we have the best from Global, YUNDUAN, versus best from Japan, Phantom.
Phantom.
Did you guys ever imagine this to be the grand finals of Epic 7 World Championship?
No. These are 2 players that I don't think most people really know anything about, honestly. YUNDUAN is a player from Global Server that most people have never heard of. And Phantom is from the Japan server, which is a newer server, and most people probably don't really know who he is either. And both of them are in the finals and looking pretty convincing.
And their drafting style really unique, and also Phantom bringing that Apocalypse Ravi ban, because I think, pretty sure he was thinking about that ban. And when you come down to the lower bracket as an opponent, JINTAE had to react against that pre-ban to start off. I think that was a huge blow to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
oh, you go first.
I was gonna say, like, you could tell how warping that early ban was, and how much it transformed kind of the landscape of the matches. I mean, we saw like a lot of the same units, but it kind of felt like we were no longer just waiting for the skill 3 from this Apocalypse Ravi to go off to then revive a unit. It was kind of just standard. Okay, if you want to revive, you pick these slower units like Destina, and if you're not familiar with how to play it, like, you're just gonna get rolled by it. And that's kind of, I feel like, kind of what we saw, right? That Destina had insane value in a lot of these matches, scaling and constantly cycling, and it felt like these players were just like stand aside, you know, like this Apocalypse Robbie meta that kind of built itself in this patch. And you know, we got Alencia and we got standard games, right?
So let's go back to our game 1. Well, Phantom had a big race and then he slowed down in the later games.
Yeah, I mean, this match, that closer Charles just popped off. He was just a little bit too fast. And what Connor was saying as well, it's definitely true. Just we actually saw Hua Young and we didn't see Apocalypse Robbie, and also Belian was throughout all the matches, right? And these are very big differences from most of the matches because normally they just get taken out immediately, but we actually were seeing them, which is kind of surprising. And it definitely changes how both the players can draft or like react to some of the picks because, for instance, Spectre Tenebria isn't really as valuable when Belian's on the field, right?
That's right.
And normally she gets taken out immediately that she's just such a powerful pick all the time, even really early on. But this first match, that closer Charles just caught JINTAE a little bit off guard, and I think I guess he just didn't really respect the speed. He just kind of said, I'm going to take the first turn, it's fine.
And that was the reason why we... this highlight will be over real soon, yes. And that was the reason why we had the prevent of that closer Charles in game number 2.
Yeah, and I can understand why JINTAE might want to take away the closer Charles. Like, obviously, it was like a very threatening speed unit that could set up Phantom's the rest of Phantom's aggro units. But you just saw he's perfectly comfortable playing this turn 2 standard style. I mean, the third pick Belian, something that I think is fairly, I don't think we saw much or nearly any of that at all coming into main stage. A lot of people just ended up banning the Belian, just wanted to rely on the Spectre Tenebria, and you know, we could kind of play from there. But Phantom was just so comfortable like playing out the matches into the long game, and I mean, you can see it here. And I will say it is a little odd because, you know, even with, you know, the Senya and the Shu and stuff, seeing so much Violet and Charles is really uncommon. But I mean, again, this is all kind of going towards that how reluctant or how familiar are you playing this turn 2 style, right? And for Phantom, it seemed like he was totally fine with it.
Yeah, no, it was definitely just really impressive. And this second match went for a really long time.
It did.
And it really could have gone either way, but at the end, he just hit so many dies. Like, that's the problem with Violet, is sometimes he just gets hit. And we also saw with Remnant Violet recently too.
And the last game between the two.
Yeah. JINTAE was able to get away with it sometimes, but definitely not that time. And this last one, I mean, frankly, I think Phantom kind of just outdrafted him. He kind of did what JINTAE likes to do to a lot of people, and they have their whole draft with the Shu and Belian, right? And then you punish it with the normally Violet, Remnant Violet, but he went with Charles instead of something like Remnant Violet. He said, Remnant Violet, no, that's too inconsistent. I'm gonna bring Charles, my built Charles that I for some reason have. And hey, it worked pretty well. Looks like Charles isn't out of style quite yet.
Yeah, Charles doing a lot of work actually. Violet was the one putting out a lot of damage, but of course you can't ignore that Big Daddy on the back. Yeah, always the sword. Yeah, quite reacting well against the opponent on the left. Yeah, we thought Senya from JINTAE was enough, but that Charles certainly surprised him.
No, definitely. The Charles was actually like a 0 speed Charles, basically, just to counterattack and be annoying the entire match. And he had a pretty huge amount of counters overall, really. Definitely have to say, just a pretty cool pick, because it definitely was a decent pick there, and most people wouldn't even consider a unit like that. He's definitely not one of those meta characters that you see all the time, but there's a lot of characters like that where, you know, even against some of these insanely powerful, overpowered characters people might consider, right? Sometimes there's some bruiser units that you just don't often see that can still fight against them just fine.
And those type of heroes can only come with experience if you play the game long enough, or if you, of course, you have to have the gears on the unit first. You have to have that keep on, but if you have the experience, oh, this reminds me of maybe 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago. This is a perfect situation for Charles. Why not? Let's go for it. I'm winning 2-0. And sometimes you do grab a win just like that. Phantom, we could tell just from this pick, he's got tons of experience. And the reason why he's all the way up in the grand finals now, we are waiting for just one more best of 5 to crown the champion. Let's see, will it be YUNDUAN from the global server, or is it going to be Phantom from the Japan server? Let's take a short break, and when we come back, it is time for the grand finals.
살아갈 거야. 포기하지 마. Stay away, stay away. Shining side. Believe in your destiny. I am invincible. Where my dreams are. Where my dreams are. Shining inside, I'm invisible. Light on my way, light on my way. Shining inside, believe in your destiny. I am invincible. Where my dreams are, where my dreams are. Don't care.
설레웠던 밤이 가고 이 시간이 흘러가면 우리의 세상이 더 아름답게 펼쳐질 거야. 내 모습이 부끄러워 감춰지길 바래왔던 모든 걸 보여줘. 바다에 일렁이는 파도 속으로 떠나자. 손을 잡고 꿈이 반짝거리는 서로의 맘속에서 반짝이는 별처럼 떠나볼래. 푸른 바닷속으로 두근거리는 내 맘 안고 혼자가 아니야. 서로가 있어. 영원히 간직하고 싶어. 꿈만 같던 세계로 햇살
And welcome back. This is the grand finale, the last best of 5 to determine the champion of Epic 7 World Arena Championship 2022. First finalist we have YUNDUAN from the global server, of course. How to change her now. Destina's up on his most pick. How interesting is this?
Oh my god.
Oh, a lot of Apocalypse Ravi you can see as well.
Yeah, that's
definitely likes that unit.
What
Unless
if
it's banned at the start.
That's exactly right. What if Phantom pulls that out once again? Will YUNDUAN be ready? Of course, most fans here, we do have either Coverick and Bellion. Surprisingly, because of that, Ravi and Bellion also made through a lot of those games that we just had. And the opponent who went all the way from the bottom of the lower bracket into the grand finals, Phantom from Japan server.
I really think that both of these players are going to give us, I think, a game. I don't know why. I think this set is going to have probably the most unusual pre-bans, because I think they're both reactive and adaptive players. So even from Phantom's side, he decided to ban Apocalypse Ravi despite it being one of his most picked here, right? And the thing is that YUNDUAN can play whatever he wants. Well, also Phantom can play whatever he wants. So what happens when two completely, I guess, like flexible
Adaptable.
players encounter each
flexible.
other, right? Yeah, like I don't.
That means we'll just have the best draft of all time, right? That's what we're supposed to happen.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I think that's exactly what we are waiting for. Both players very adaptive, can also bring up heroes from 2020. Like, when's the last time we saw Charles in like super competitive matches all the way near the grand finals? Come on, we've just had it. Phantom, he's still got it. He's enjoying the matches at the same time. We can see the laughters on his camera. Let's see if he can do the same, because a lot more pressure on the line in this grand finals. Just one best of 5 between the two players. YUNDUAN from Global versus Phantom from Japan, and I believe the match is about to start getting ready to go into that draft real soon. But before, let's take a look at the number. That number did drop slightly off of that 100%. And not by much.
A blemish.
Yeah, his record is completely ruined and he'll never live it down. Phantom actually played like a lot more matches. He played 12 more matches than YUNDUAN did total. And I wonder if that's a good thing. Maybe he feels a little more comfortable in these matches or something, and he gets a little bit more practice in. So it's possible that could actually help him, and he seems to be pretty confident with how much he's just having a good time and laughing. So I guess we'll see if YUNDUAN can just wipe that laugh off of his face, or if YUNDUAN is just going to be untouchable.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that.
Yes, Connor.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say you have the most emotional
man versus the machine.
Yeah, yeah, and it's so crazy because, I mean, you kind of see here, right? Like, they both have similar playstyles, ironically, despite one basically cruising through winners, right, and the other kind of like having to just run through all of the losers bracket. Playing, I think, I would probably, at this point, but especially because he's made it to the final, probably the most matches out of any other player in the entire tournament. And I mean, like, again, he's taken out innovative picks, he's played differently, he's, I guess, adapted to whatever his opponent wants to do. And I'm curious because YUNDUAN is usually, I think, the more reactive person, right? And again, like, Phantom has sometimes shown that willingness to play cleave, but I kind of thought that JINTAE versus Phantom, or YUNDUAN versus Phantom, or YUNDUAN versus JINTAE was going to be kind of one of those, like, the first times where we'd be able to see, like, two really, like, cleavy players fight against each other, and we would just see, like, sparks fly. But then, despite that, we still kind of saw, like, oh, okay, they're gonna just ban out the cleave units, and now we're just gonna play turn 2, which is really, I don't know, kind of different. Like, it's not really something I would have expected. I expected to see Closer. I expected to see, like, Ran. I don't even think anyone picked Ran, right, from these past matches either.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring, because throughout, it's been over a month, actually over 5 weeks through the tournament, and you could see slowly more picks happening. We saw a lot more Shu and Alencia since the beginning. Now we're seeing somewhat more of Senya just within the last few days. So this meta is slowly going around all over the place, and hero pool always being larger every single matches. So in this grand finals, who knows if we have some new hero that never popped up before? That's always possible.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. I put my money on Yunduan, but who knows?
Let's see. I think this is telling us a lot that we're getting ready to go into that grand. Oh no! Now you guys are back. That's fine.
Yep, I don't know what's going on. That's fine.
Okay, Jenna Z and Kana made up 0s and 1s, confirmed. Oh,
It's a ghost sighting.
yeah.
Hey, Yunduan's made of metal. The man has no emotions. He's just staring intently at the camera, making his plays, and let's see if Phantom can actually blemish his record a little bit more.
And now
here we
we
go.
are ready to jump into our first draft between the two players. Here's Yunduan on the left, Phantom on the right. And the two pre-bans to start the match are Hwayoung and Celilius.
All right, so Apocalypse Ravi is still up. Balion is still up. Yunduan really likes Apocalypse Ravi, so he's immediately going to take that.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm expecting a DN and maybe an Adventure Roz or a Mediator and an Adventure Roz, something like that. Maybe actually the Mediator and Alencia, I think is actually something that can be picked out by Phantom here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of units still open. We see this from all the matches, but at the very beginning of any best of 3 or best of 5, you see a lot of the same picks because, I mean, most of them aren't banned, so people are going to go for the most flexible, strongest picks. Oh, there's the Mediator and Alencia. Pretty good characters, I've heard.
Oh, who predicted that? And so...
Yeah, Angel of Light response, I think, is pretty good. She's good against Alencia, and whenever you pick Angel of Light into Mediator Quirk, you get into this standoff where neither person wants to use their skill 3 first, and whoever does kind of loses. So they usually just kind of sit there holding it for the entire match until somebody dies. And the DN coming out of the left side as well, I think, is pretty strong. People really like picking it with Alencia, but Angel of Light, but it does have some issues into Alencia if she's able to actually skill 3, because usually DN has to hold her skills until Alencia's disabled or gone.
This first 3!
And the Balion coming. So the thing is, the Balion pick is actually really big here because Yunduan may have wanted to go into something really aggressive, maybe with like an Ida pick or something along those lines, but he can't really do that if Balion's down there already. So that actually limits his options a lot. That's one reason why Blind is banned so often, is because you can't really pick characters like Spectre Tenebra into her, you can't pick Ida into her, and that limits a lot of these players' options when they want to go aggressive. So Yunduan really has to consider, like, can he fight a more standard draft right here into what Phantom picked? Or is he going to still try and go really aggressive with some different picks? A little out of the ordinary?
Less than 20 seconds to make that decision on both units. What will it be? One still considering, okay.
Ooh,
really? From Yunduan?
All right, he's taking Remnant Violet. No way.
No.
Okay, Rwana.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I would say that works pretty well. There's an extra attack. Oh, there's the Spectre Team, your last pick. There's an extra attack every single time from this Alencia, and Balion, anytime she counters, it gets the extra hit on her S1. Rona's going to be healing so much. And, oh, we actually see the Apocalypse Ravi getting banned. So, it's just the Remnant Violet show if he can actually take it out. If he gets a little unlucky and gets hit once or twice, he's just going to be gone. But if he dodges all the right attacks, then he might just pop off and take out Phantom's team. There's a lot of RNG in this match.
Let's see if that works for either side. Yunduan starting with the end. The left.
Okay, so really big turn coming up here. If I'm assuming that the Mediator is going to try to strip the Remnant Violet here, and if it goes,
he misses. Okay. Honestly, I expected it to hit. It feels like it always does every time there's a Mediator S2.
Yeah. And okay, so now we kind of come to, I guess we can kind of pray for another strip on. No, I guess he's not gonna go for that one this time. But
that would have been a little too risky. Yeah, he probably is going to just try and take out some of the other members of the team before eventually going for the Remnant Violet. He doesn't want to risk too many stray attacks into him because this Balion is going to be just spam pumping his passive. He only has 1 bar so far, but the thing is, as soon as he blinds a unit like the Belian, she's gonna miss every attack on Remnant Violet and just keep feeding him. And since she's silenced, if she does the extra attack as well, she could possibly give him just 2 stacks straight away.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is a little bit of trouble.
So the Alencia does doesn't actually have an unbuffable. So in case there,
that's a miss.
So early.
Brace yourselves, vile fiends.
Yeah, slowly builds up the injury, and that anti-crit is doing work with the evasion, and you have the skill nullifier. So he has to force attacks into this Remnant Violet so much, and if he gets the extra attack, that's 1 miss, and second hit.
Oh,
it hits!
It actually hits, but the anti-crit doing a little bit of work to make it so that it didn't do too much, but it's kind of nice getting those debuffs on, but Yen's just going to be able to cleanse it, so it's not that big of a deal. Yunduan is like, that's fine.
Yeah, a lot of support on Yunduan's side. Phantom has to break through that.
You know, it might be a bit of a gambler's fallacy, but you have to think about it this way. At some point, Remnant Violet's going to get hit. So if he keeps dodging, at some point you're probably going to hit him, right? You just need to hope that it's a hit that actually really matters and not something like a Ross S3.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be at the expense of your own life though, Jenna, unfortunately, because of the way that it looks here. He is actually choosing to skill 3. If this hits the Remnant Violet, maybe...
It does actually go for the Alencia. It doesn't really do that much damage, we can see, and it's probably just going to proc the shield. I think that's actually probably one of the weaker choices that it could have hit. I think Yunduan would have been happier with, I mean, obviously the Ross, or maybe the Mediator.
Yeah, but now it really is kind of a question of how fast can...
Ooh, it does hit,
the Remnant Violet.
But it doesn't actually strip anything, and the Rawada just prevents all damage. Oh wait, this hit!
He got hit!
Did?
Does it actually strip? And it does, and he's... Wait, Mediator has X1.
I'm not too
Oh no!
Remnant Violet about to go down!
Remnant.
Yeah, but I don't think that he can't possibly survive.
Careful, please move
It's impossible.
He's actually just dead. He's gone. That's the game. Phantom just hits him with the Alencia S3 at the pivotal moment, and he died. It doesn't even matter that Rowan is here. He's just gone.
Yep, and there goes the Remnant Violet, and I mean, yeah, that's just game. That's game one.
There's really nothing you can do.
And
just
that is
the,
GG call. Phantom. Let's grab the first game.
Ooh,
Classic Remnant Violet right there.
Once again.
Yeah, that's it hurts to see that, just because, like, you know, Remnant Violet is a unit that 70% evasion is relatively consistent, but if you get hit at the wrong moment, like right there, there's just no coming back. Like, there was nothing he could possibly have done. And if Phantom had just kept missing at pivotal moments, though, that Remnant Violet would have taken over the entire match. So it really could have just gone either way. And Yunduan just wasn't able to protect his Remnant Violet.
Especially
kind
today.
of the story. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, especially today, the riskier play not really working out for any of the players that we have on the final day.
They might want to just stop picking these Violets and Remnant Violets, because it's a little bit of a risk that doesn't seem to be paying off. And when you're in the like finals of a tournament, do you want to just completely rely purely on, oh, I hope Violet dodges here?
Yeah, and kind of the story I feel like of this, of especially today, was that a lot of these drafts look really good for a player until they just don't. And like even in that match, like you saw, like the Remnant Violet had anti-crit up, defense, attack buff, and looked like he was like completely fine, and then strip, like Mediator Cowrick S1, Belian S1, and then the game's over, and it's just unfortunate, right?
Yep, Yunduan went for that big chance in game 1. Hope he doesn't do that anymore. Maybe in the future it might work, because it can always happen again. Here comes round number 2 of the grand finals, and 2 more pre-bans.
Yeah, so let's see what they take out. Maybe a Belian or something like that is going to take it out. Maybe Apocalypse Ravi.
Wait, what if a Belian and a...
Oh, Closer Charles from Yunduan!
He is also scared of that Closer Charles. He watched what happened in that match, and he said, you know what? I think people are really scared of this Closer because they think, like, okay, I might not be able to outspeed this guy with characters like my Diana and stuff, so I need to get rid of this so that I can draft a more flexible team and possibly go more aggressive. Phantom is actually just scaring these players with this closer Charles. He seems to like both Charles actually, since he has the green one built as well.
Now, Apop, Robbie, and Alencia. Quick pick up from Phantom.
We've seen this kind of stuff before. I think these three characters are picked in the first 3 picks quite a lot.
Yep. And I mean, you could maybe assume a DN, or maybe not DN in this case, but yeah, I was gonna say maybe an Adventure Roz +1 from Yunduan to kind of hide his picks again. Bellion's still not banned out, so Spectre Tenebria isn't like the super safe pick that you can early pick either. I'm thinking maybe Yunduan wants to hide his DPS, kind of like a lot of the players from this tournament have done, and maybe we decide to go for a another support.
But is that the right direction against Phantom?
Yeah, I think that would be a little risky. If he picks another support here, Phantom still could go for some sort of cleave. Taking out the closer Charles, though, makes it a little bit easier on Yunduan. And he actually opts the Carrot. We've actually seen Carrot a decent amount in the entire World Cup, right?
Oh, yes, we did.
And she's had a pretty good performance overall. I mean, this unit once completely took over the entire meta for a long time, and I think a lot of people kind of underestimate her, but she still is a relatively solid unit.
Yeah,
and
Researcher Carrot only picked 13 times, but about 50% win rate, including today's, I think, slightly less than 50%, but still not bad.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Phantom wants to do, but I think if Yunduan had picked another support, his last 2 units would have had to be DPS units, and I think Phantom could have just gone for an aggressive team to possibly run him over. But I think Yunduan specifically banned that closer Charles so that he wouldn't have had like as many chances to just get run over by Phantom's team.
And another ice unit, Shu picked up against Ross, against Carrot. That's a nice damage.
Yeah, so overall, a character like Landy is usually really strong in a Phantom's team, although the Alencia could be a bit of a roadblock for it. Is he going to go for the Senya here? We've seen Senya a few times recently, and she's overall been pretty strong. Yunduan Senya popped off the last time he picked it, and he does take it.
I think the effectiveness, if the effectiveness Senya, or if the Senya is able to provoke all of right side, or maybe if he's able to deal with the cleanser early, this is going to spell trouble for Phantom, because ultimately there isn't a great way for a lot of these units to stop dying basically to the Senya onslaught, but the Archdemon rounds out the draft a little bit more.
Yeah, Emo Crow is actually a unit that's pretty solid versus something like Archdemon, and the immunity is huge versus Yunduan's team. Yeah, he has to take that out, and Yunduan now just has Ross and 3 DPS. The thing is, Emo Crow and Ambitious Tyrant are 2 characters you don't see that often, but you've seen them, I mean, now you've seen him in the World Cup, but they're units that can really help round out a draft versus specific units and teams. And it definitely works against a Archdemon team for sure.
Let's see Phantom up 1-0, starting with Phantom's DN to start off.
Stop bugging me.
So Alencia probably just wants to hold her S3. I mean, he really wants that defense buff. Oh, never mind. He decides to just go for it. Wow.
He just goes for it, yeah.
Most people really like to save it just for after the opponent actually has got their buffs up. But ooh, counterattack as well. Is it going to strip anything? No.
Senya?
Ooh, I don't think it procs, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so he just wanted that defense buff early. Didn't really want to mess around. Let's see how much this is actually going to do from Carrot. It does.
But the counter from Shu.
Wait, this is a Little Queen's crown Shu, so she does extra damage to units that have shields on them, and his entire team has shields on them. Actually, very interesting. So Shu is now online after using her 3rd skill, but we can see this DN doesn't really have high effect resist, the fact that she got burned. Does that mean this Senya is going to be able to provoke it?
I must fight.
That's a good question, Jenna, but ultimately we still have to take into consideration the potential pop-off from the Shu here, because even with the skill 3, the Shu, like, it still has a lot of opportunities to kind of just one-tap the whole team, and if that happens quick enough, there really won't be a response from...
Okay.
Yeah, the DN is actually totally fine, and she's going to be able to use that cleanse and heal up a little bit. If he had been able to provoke it, it would have been a pretty huge deal, but I don't know if it was due to too much effect resist or just unlucky. Oh, counterattack coming out. Wait. No second hit though, it seems. Yeah, the second hit doesn't come out. That blind is actually defense break. That actually really hurts him. He still has the defense buff, so he's not just gonna crumple, but another miss into another counter.
Well, there are way too many counters in this game. I can't.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's.
And
that's
just gonna
from
just finishes him off. Wow. Okay. So Ross getting taken out is pretty big. And he does actually get the provoke, so maybe he was just unlucky with the third skill on Senya not giving that provoke earlier, but he definitely really needed something like that.
Prove your worth.
If Arcdeme is actually able to survive long enough into getting her S3, like if she... Oh, wait, the counterattack.
Oh my god, and proc again.
That's a
It's gonna get taken out.
Well, we'll be taken out real soon.
But I think it's too much. I think it's too much to bear.
I think it's too late. I don't think that YUNDUAN really has anything left to be able to take out Phantom. The thing is, if he was able to survive until his Archdemon got the third skill, he definitely had a chance. Like, she could have cleaned up most of Phantom's team. But at this point, it might be a little bit too late. And
oh my god, the proc
dual attack it. What the?
Oh my god.
A little bit unlucky for YUNDUAN, but yeah, this shoe is just doing so much work. It's now executed 2 of the units, and Senya does have her S3 again because he soul burned it at the beginning, but is it enough?
Ooh,
I'm not sure. Yeah, he has no protection for his Senya is a big problem though, and he might just be taking too much damage. If he actually had some support for her, like his Ross was still alive, I think he could definitely do it, but at this point in the game, she's so damaged. And the miss is really big there because if she had hit and defense broken, just immediately could have died. Ooh, does crit on the second hit.
This actually does kind of matter because there's a good chance that if APOC crits here...
No crit right there.
Ooh, another provoke. The counter continues.
The thing is, Carrot does actually have her third skill up. And it really just comes down to Senya versus Shu, possibly? I don't know if these heals are enough. Does do the first hit, doing a lot of damage. This Shu's taking a huge amount of damage, and even though the shield is really small, anything helps at this point. He's healing every time he counters, and that little amount of shield, he's just barely getting little amounts of extra defenses to survive this onslaught, and he is going to use the Carrot S3 here. Is it going to burn enough? It does miss the Shu, but it lands both burns on the Apocalypse Ravi, and I think that's really important. If he's able to keep this Apocalypse Ravi actually locked down, then is this gonna crit? No crit again.
Oh, no crit.
And this Apocalypse Ravi is gone as soon as it takes its turn. Oh my god, and he's just gonna, he's actually gonna take it with
Shu's
Senya.
also taken down.
Yeah, and that's it.
Phantom didn't even get to do anything, was provoked the entire second half of the game. YUNDUAN coming back.
Is actually, wow, Senya has locked in 2 games to YUNDUAN here, and it's actually looking really, really strong. He doesn't have the greater attack exclusive equipment. He has the healing one, and the amount of extra survivability it's been giving him here is kind of insane. His Senya pick is really strong. He's doing a great job with it.
And the world is watching his Senya, and I'm feeling thousands of Senya being built right now.
Yeah, I mean, YUNDUAN's making it look pretty damn good, right? Wow, so we saw this last time, as YUNDUAN loses the first match, he goes, okay, that's fine, and then he wins the rest. So is that gonna happen, or is Phantom gonna be able to take another game off of YUNDUAN here?
Wow.
That was a pretty impressive display of Senya though, and Carrot definitely helping a lot in that too. If he didn't have the Carrot, it would have been a lot more difficult with not having those burns on like the Apocalypse Ravi, for instance.
Yeah, Carrot in the middle did a lot, along with those provokes. So later half of the game, Phantom didn't even get to do anything on his turn. Now we go down to game number 3, 1-1 apiece. We're tied in this grand finals. Let's see the pre-bans.
Senya pre-ban?
I think
Senya, really?
No,
some snipe bans?
I'm kidding.
Dian
No,
and Eros.
Yeah. Now, if he Senya'd him again, then, you know, he would He'd probably take it
Phantom
out.
this time electing to take the Mediator Cowric over Yunduan.
Yeah, so we still have stuff like Apocalypse Ravi up. Yunduan likes that pick a lot. I could totally see it happening. There's also Alencia is still up. Two really big priority picks still on board, and a lot of the other priority characters are taken out. So Yunduan might go for... I mean, he seems to like a lot of standard drafts against a lot of his opponents. But he also can go aggressive, or even cleave. Like, he has a lot of options, and I think he's ready to play any of them. He was boasting about his power of cleave, but he doesn't really do it all that often.
Yeah, very infrequently. Feels like what we've been seeing instead is just kind of this mediator like handshake, and I mean we see it again, right?
Yeah.
There's no
Alencia,
Adventure
Apocalypse Ravi.
Ross.
Yeah, he's just taking the priority picks. Wasn't really such a crazy prediction. They're just units that everyone really values, are very flexible in a lot of teams, and just overall really strong. And since you have units like Angel of Light taken out, Alencia doesn't really have as many threats, so it works out really well for him.
See, now what's Phantom going to show us? Still with these pre-bans. Some really high tier heroes still open, like Bellion, S10A.
Yeah.
That a couple of times.
Oh, Rimuru getting picked.
Second pick.
Ooh,
that's very high up.
We don't actually see a whole lot of them, and the blind gain taken partially to make it so Yunduan can't go for Spectre Tenebra, and maybe securing his own pick of Spectre at the end of the draft. So Yunduan definitely has to expect something like that. And since we have characters like Ross banned, it actually makes it so that Rimuru is pretty decent here with Ross and Angel of Light getting taken out. Some of the big picks that are used against him. So,
yeah, and there is no DN either, right? So even though like it probably wouldn't be the best into Rimuru here, I think Yunduan, he actually elects to pick the FCC into the Rimuru.
Well, I think he just wants a huge amount of damage reduction. Now Phantom could clap back with something like a DJ Basar or Operator Cigarette. Oh, is he gonna take... I don't know Solitaria.
Really?
We haven't seen a ton of Solitaria, but she is one of those units that if you don't have enough to deal with her, you don't have enough... wow, okay. If you don't have enough cleanse to take over a match, and he is actually picking that last. I would think that Yunduan would want to pick something like Lionheart Sermia in response.
Really? Is this about to happen? The breakthrough of all the shield?
Yeah, are we actually going to see
the
a
Night
Strays
Killer
pick here?
Oh, Charles?
Oh my
no,
god.
he's teasing us by now.
Again.
Come on, Phantom. What are you gonna do in the last
pick
pick?
Charles here, he's really thinking about it.
Tywin, lots of control on the right.
Yeah, so he's picking a ton of control, just saying, I don't think your Destine is enough. I'm gonna just control you completely this match. And Yunduan really has to think like, what am I gonna take against this? Can he go for something like a Lionheart Sermia and then ban something like Ambitious Tywin? But is he gonna be able to survive the Rimuru with his Lionheart? He really... It's actually kind of difficult to say how he could, he goes for Montmorency.
Really?
Montmorency.
Wow.
In the grand finals?
Now,
for the cleanse,
this
right?
This is a true free-to-play player right here on Yunduan's side. Like, he's picking the Montmorency, he's picking the Carrot, picking all these 3-stars, and Montmorency does have great cleanses.
She certainly does, and of course all the heals are available, but is this the right time to pick her? That's the real question. A Ravi
Oh my
ban.
god, and she went through.
A Ravi ban and Solitaria ban. Here we go,
It's
round
up to
number 3.
Alencia solo. Is this Alencia going to be able to do enough damage to actually break through this entire team by herself? Merciless Glutton on the Rimuru, probably just full damage as well.
Allow me to purify.
So he's going to lead with that S2. Probably going to hold... The Ambitious Tywin, realistically... I don't know if he's going to do that much, because I believe this is an effectiveness Ambitious Tywin rather than damage, and there's so much cleanse on the left side that he might actually just be kind of dead weight, other than some maybe nicely timed provokes on the Alencia. Oh, he's just going to reapply the immunity immediately on his Alencia.
Well, relying heavy on that Alencia for damage.
He did that so that he could prevent himself from getting defense broken by this Rimuru. He really didn't want to have that happen, obviously, because she could just instantly get taken out by some of this damage.
Oh, and
And Alencia's at 26,000.
And Phantom targeting Destina, maybe that's the first pick he wants to take it down.
Yeah, we've already seen how much damage he's taken. He just wants to slowly, methodically take away the cleansers, I think, so this Ambitious Tyrant can do something. First counterattack, it does get rid of that immunity as well. And since it's on injury, this blind's kind of a huge problem, I would say, for Yunduan.
Yep, this seems to be one of the slower match, and in injury, they'll stack up.
Another counter
from the sword.
Does it strip the... It doesn't strip the defense buff, which is really good for Yunduan on that Alencia.
Surprisingly, Galleon going through all these rebands. Two provokes.
Yeah, the provoke isn't really that big, but the pushback matters a little bit more usually with the Belian in this kind of team. It's a 30,000 health Mediator Query. Pretty bulky. And Alencia doesn't have her skill 3 anymore, so with that defense buff on, like, yeah, the Belian can't really die that easily. He's gonna try and take this Reamer out, just slowly. Once he gets the Reamer, then he can start working on something like the Belian. Both of them have their game plans of, I guess, one wants to take Destina out, and one wants to take the Reamer and then Belian out. And, wow. Alencia double resisting.
Yunduan certainly needs Alencia here.
Wow, that's really unlucky, actually. The fact that there's no way that this Alencia should have resisted either one of those. It actually 15% of both of them. And the Destina taking a ton of damage but still alive. She's, yeah, just gonna heal herself right here. And the thing is, once Reamer uses S2 and S3, he's kind of just dead weight a lot of the time. I think Reamer actually has his second skill up at the moment, though. But without his S3 up, he's about to get taken out real soon, too. And Belian's going for the 2 hits.
Ooh, some extra hit, and the injury stacking every single time.
Yeah, Montmorency just says, it's no big deal. It's totally fine. And Mediator's going to go for the next S2, which is going to protect the Rimuru from a little bit. Since Alencia has her buff on, it is going to proc his... Oh, okay, the counterattack coming out. That's another injury on him.
Such arrogance.
It looks as though the infographic's a little bit incorrect. It seems like Rimuru doesn't have his skill 2 up at the moment. But this Alencia is taking a lot of damage, and as the injury... Oh, a dual attack into more injury. Yunduan's team is taking a huge amount of damage and injury. Like, they're slowly getting worked down. That's a really big problem.
What can Yunduan do in this situation now?
I'm not sure. He has to still play to his game plan. He needs to take this Rimuru out and then go for the Belian. But
but that does take out the Rimuru.
I mean, that is a big source of his damage. Yeah, the thing is, this injury is reducing Alencia's damage every single time.
Yeah.
She is a health scaling unit, so she's getting weaker and weaker, and this Belian is still piling it on. And she's just working down the whole team at the same time. Like, look at the amount of injury, and she actually just gets taken out. The Fawn Cecilia is gone now.
So the main issue here is that, like, I know people are probably thinking that, like, they see the healers and the cleansers and they're probably thinking to themselves, like, oh, okay, like, maybe we can, like, prolong the match to such a point where, like, we can start reviving. But look at the injury stacking on this team already. They're almost at half their health.
Yeah, and as we get farther into Frenzy, this Ambitious Tyrant has way higher chances of stunning as well. Is he actually going to land debuffs this time? Oh, he actually stuns the Destina. However, Montmorency's just going to cleanse that. I mean, realistically, this Ambitious Tywin has done basically nothing this entire match. But the thing is, it doesn't even really matter because this Belian is just doing so much work.
The power of the chair really kicking in. The injuries near max, right? Should be near max for all three.
It's maximum on Alencia. Like, she has almost no health, and we saw the amount of damage she did even with the defense break. It's almost nothing to this Belian. Her damage is pitiful right now. She only has 12,000 max health. And she doesn't strip the buffs off of that Belian. That's like the most important person for him to take them off of. I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to do this. He does land the provoke on Destina, which is kind of nice. Because she did have all of her skills up, so that was pretty good timing.
And I just don't know if it's enough because like we haven't even, if I recall, we haven't even gotten through. I guess like what we still have a Taiwan S3 and we still have like
Lion S3 right here.
So which side has better sustain? Walk me
Well, it
through
seems
this.
like the right side, surprisingly, as weird as it is, against the two Soul Weavers, right side has been sustaining a little bit better. The Lion being able to hit all 4 people, just the amount of total damage she's been doing this whole match is kind of insane. Ambitious Taiwan's not even going to soul burn this one. He wants to save them for Blind. He wants to close this match out right now. And he actually does land a bunch of debuffs on both of them. And Montmorency has her S3 up, but it can't even cleanse all the debuffs off of this Alencia.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what he's going to do.
One of these units will get the heal, but ultimately that's part of the, that's also part of the important aspect of this unit, right? Like not getting debuffed. Because like as you can even see it now. Oh, actually, maybe it doesn't matter?
Yeah, the Alencia is still stunned, so she's just gonna lose her turn right here. Really unfortunate for Yunduan. And the Ambitious Tyrant's gonna just, start spamming his provoke. And Belian has her soul burn right here. We're all the way up to Frenzy 6. And
a lot of
Montmorency
increasing
might
attack
die.
damage now. Even Bellion is putting out so much output.
Yeah, Mediator's just gonna kill somebody right here. Yeah, Montmorency's gone, and Phantom's team, it's just too healthy. The Alencia couldn't solo this entire team. It's just, she's way too slow, and Yunduan says,
read, Jenna.
Phantom does win. Another game off of Yunduan. On a tournament point, Phantom just needs one more game to win.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that even though Yunduan had a lot of heals, he can't heal past the injury. He needed more shields and barriers to prevent even getting the injury in the first place, because his Alencia became completely useless by the end. Oh, and Phantom's bringing his cat on screen.
Oh, the lucky charm.
There he
He's
is.
got it. And MVP certainly Bellion in that game.
I actually forgot, but Phantom beat JINTAE earlier, and so Cat beat Dog in this tournament. Kind of interesting right there. Phantom is on the match point here as well, isn't he?
He is. He's on a tournament point. No reset. And if he just wins one more, that will be it. Yunduan needs to bring it right now. What will it be? I think that Bellion, first of all, should be banned. Right, guys? Or does it just go through?
I mean, dude, you would hope, right? But again, like that's kind of the thing about like Yunduan's bans and stuff like that. Like, I know they're like kind of targeted, but like they don't really like. There's no Bellion ban, which kind of leads you into this kind of like juggling act between like Bellion and Spectre Tenebria. So, I guess I would just be. I'm just curious how the bans will pan out because, I mean, even looking at how Phantom banned, I think Phantom was banning a bit. Banning just like strong units, right? Not necessarily like super targeted, like, oh yeah, if he doesn't have this unit, the game's over units, right?
Can Yunduan really pull it through right now? You only have one more pre-ban from your own side. Certainly thinking about what happened. This was one of the longer games. Alencia couldn't really pull it out against a lot of control, even though Phantom's control actually missed a lot of those times.
Yeah. I like how both of the players are unranked as well this season. I guess they've just been practicing somewhere else.
Oh, we'll see. 2 more pre-bans. Phantom on a tournament point. Can Yunduan bring us to game number 5?
Yeah, we're gonna see Alencia or
Solitaria and FCC ban. Solitaria ban?
Solitaria, that's actually really interesting. Phantom picked it there and Yunduan banned it, but apparently he just doesn't want to get into a situation where he has to fight it ever again. I'm actually really surprised that he took that out.
Flies.
Phantom going for, I would say, the very regular standard picks, right? Yeah, I mean, we've seen these 3 characters picked pretty much in this order just throughout the tournament, right? They're just such priority characters, especially with so many characters banned and them left. We still have Belian and Spectre Tenebria up as well. There's still a lot of really priority big options that players want to take. And some of these bans are just so odd, like the Solitaria and the Closer Charles are not characters you usually see pre-banned.
And I have to imagine he's probably going to be looking for a knight here, I think, or like a knight in utility, maybe an Amelia +1.
Yeah.
Does that mean Yunduan's going to pick Bellion on his own?
Well,
Solitaria
the way
ban
that
seems a little weird here.
Yeah, the way that the bans went, though, it seems like Phantom wants to go really aggressive with how Ross and FCC are taken out, and he decides to
I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, it's a little early. And to Senya. Wow. The thing is here, something like Belian usually is really strong versus Crow, because if you just put injury on him, he doesn't do anything. So that pick was a little bit odd, but I guess she's not the best into Senya. So maybe that kind of helps him against that a little bit, but it feels like a little bit early to pick those. And Landy coming out of Phantom's side, I mean, it's really strong into Yunduan's draft so far, with the Amelia to push it up.
Yeah, dude, just from these first 3 versus 4 picks, Yunduan, or not rather, Phantom just looks so so ahead and in the driver's seat, right? Like, look at how crazy this is.
Yunduan has to respond,
he has Landy, he has Alencia. Granted, he doesn't have like a whole load of utility units right now, and if he picks another DPS, he's basically picking 4. But I think this might be exactly what a team that wants to use Senya, or exactly how you're going to punish her, right? Like, what if you just out-tempo her? Which is what I think a lot of people at the moment are looking to try and do in response to the Senya.
It's now or never.
Yeah, Phantom's team could be pretty aggressive. It takes the Little Queen Charlotte. I mean, she does actually give the the huge damage reduction to the team. And Crow also having Aureus, that it could actually help him against this aggression on Phantom's side. And he takes
Vivian all of a sudden,
but as soon as
into Rimuru.
Okay.
So the ban's coming out pretty quick. Mediator, Queric, and Rimuru getting banned. Right side doesn't really have other strips other than the Alencia, so I guess the Alencia might save it for Senya. I'm not entirely sure. Is he gonna have enough to break through?
Round number 4. Here we go, starting with Amelia. Phantom up on a tournament point.
The thing is, he's gonna throw everything into this Vivian, right? She might just get taken out, because this first hit does a good amount of damage. Oh wait, it actually didn't crit. It didn't crit or take a stack off of the Vivian. Wait, that's a huge problem. Wait, he really needed to take that first stack so the Alencia could take 2 more into the Apocalypse Ravi.
Now that plan A has been ruined for Phantom.
Yeah, wait a second. That might be an enormous problem for Phantom. This Vivian might just completely dumpster the Landy. It's gonna knock it out of stealth and do a lot of damage, and also this Senya's about to take her turn and do a huge AoE too.
Oh, but actually smartly pushing up the Little Queen Charlotte, I think, ahead, so that he doesn't have to get, one shot.
Yeah, a little bit less stacks of the Hellcutter, but she still has to go for the S3 because she's taken so much damage. And a huge amount of AoE is going to happen with the next turns. It doesn't really do that much damage, but the thing is, he's taking a bunch of turns here. He's going to use Senya skill 3, and he's going to use Vivian skill 3. And there's just a lot of total damage being done.
Will Landy survive all the damage? Here's Vivian.
I think she is going to. She's definitely going to survive because she has that defense buff. And there's a lot of debuffs on Phantom's side, but this Amelia is just going to cleanse all of them. He doesn't really care that much.
Yeah, and it is 2 cleanse here, right? Which is so valued for, I think, this match. I mean, you can try and put up the buffs, but I don't know if this is enough.
So that's actually really nice for Yunduan's side, that the Alencia took the turn before the Amelia, because wasn't able to really get it cleansed or anything. It just, doesn't really do all that much right there. The crit damage buff on the Little Queen Charlotte would have been really big for Yunduan's side had he gotten it before Little Queen Charlotte had to use her skill 3. But now Phantom's going to start doing an insane amount of damage with Landy. And it crits everybody, and it hits really hard.
Oh, yeah, and that's like but was I crazy, or
no guiding
does
light?
Guiding light have to,
No, she actually got knocked out of guiding light, so she couldn't have done it that turn. Okay, he's really trying to just force down the crowd before it gets another turn. He's going all in on it. And Landy's going to get another skill 3. I think it's just going to get taken out.
Sure.
Oh, then the Landy gets to use another S3. This
enough
is,
for
I believe
Phantom. Oh, there's a lot of crits.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Crow! Survived.
Well, he survives,
Oh,
but Alencia doesn't even have to go for him. Just from the damage from Aureus, he's gonna die.
Yep.
Yeah, and
the
he
defense
goes.
break.
The defense break doesn't seem like it's enough, but Little Queen Charlotte doesn't have her skill 3. She just has a single hit. How much is this really gonna do? Probably gonna do a nice chunk, but does it matter at this point? Especially with Okay, he goes for the Alencia, and it doesn't even really do anything. It barely even did any visible damage. YUNDUAN's in a lot of trouble here.
I mean, he really have to rely on Senya now, or this time Senya's not going to do enough. Even burns a soul on Vivian.
Yeah, he does a nice amount of damage, but I think Phantom might have this one. Unless this Senya can somehow clutch out another win, but that seems really unlikely here.
Oh, and the dual attack.
Dual attack too. Into another skill 3. I think it's just over.
Here comes Landy. And the damage might
what
just
can
be
I say?
Yeah, even crits, and there is Chatty on the ML Vivian, but I don't think that really matters much. And it seems like Phantom's gonna win this and take YUNDUAN out of the tournament.
Oh, and the crit too, and that really should be all she wrote. Unfortunate, like you just drag up the Landy, right? You shoot and that should be it.
Landy just too powerful. And
finishes it off even without the crit, and I don't see Vivian doing this.
And it's just Vivian now. She can pull off the miracle.
Your life ends here.
Ooh, I don't think that's really happening.
No, that's
it.
And then
congratulations to Phantom.
Phantom will be the champion of 2022 Epic 7 World Arena Championship. Congratulations.
He's going crazy with his cat right there.
Yay! Woo!
Wow, congratulations. That was very convincing against YUNDUAN. He completely beat him. Wow.
Yeah, what a match.
Congratulations to Phantom and the JP server. I mean, I don't think anyone would have ever predicted this as the outcome. And in the way that he did it too, right? The true Cinderella run of the E7 server, or of the E7 E7 World Championship bracket.
And that's the trophy that Phantom will be getting delivered to his house real soon. Wow.
Not CGI, by the way, just saying.
Yeah, that's a real trophy. Just going around. What a match.
It's a bit of a shame that we don't get to see like a bit of a bracket reset to have Phantom fight YUNDUAN again, but Phantom looked pretty convincing there. He did a really good job. YUNDUAN was somebody that seemed pretty invincible. He took out everybody. JINTAE initially beat Phantom, and YUNDUAN took out JINTAE, so I mean, you could think like, oh, well, that just means he's going to be Phantom, but I mean, Phantom took both of them out after. He beat the entire global region by himself. He took both of the winners out.
Yeah, he certainly did. And take a look at the highlights that we just had in the grand finals. 4 games. YUNDUAN did take 1, but Phantom just overall a little stronger. Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of you also thought with having 2 from global, global might just be able to do it, but at the end of the day, it's Phantom from Japan server. I mean, the Belial was not banned. Like, what happened? It just went through the entire match.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it seems like most of the time whoever has first pick likes to really ban Belial, and then the second pick person really likes to ban, I think it's Hwa-Young, I think generally is what we see. But yeah, we didn't actually really see much of that. We actually saw Hwa-Young, we actually saw Belial in a lot of matches, way more than any of the previous ones. She was actually a really big pick. And I mean, what can I say? YUNDUAN had some like crazy wins throughout the tournament, but Phantom was just like, nope, I'm not letting any of that happen to me. I'm just gonna take you out. And even in this match, like you see this highlight right here, the ambitious Taiwan did basically nothing the whole match, and he still won. He pretty much 3v4'd YUNDUAN's team. He just outdrafted him.
Yep. And again, like, I don't, it's just so impressive because, I mean, we kind of said it about YUNDUAN, but then it was definitely the case for Phantom going into the match against YUNDUAN. Some of these players are just seeing, I feel like, win cons or like, you know, I guess like are seeing how these matches play that none of us can really foresee or like predict, right? I mean, I really didn't ever expect to see nearly as much a Taiwan as we did, and even like some of the Sage Ball and stuff like there are so many drafts where it just feels like by typical convention it shouldn't work, and then they're just smarter than us, so I mean, you know, they just basically win, and I mean, it is what it is. I mean, congratulations again to Phantom here, right?
Yeah, sometimes those pocket picks, the spices at the end was exactly what you needed to actually make it into the grand finals, actually, and win. Phantom. My shock is still in Green Charles. Like, come on.
Yeah. that was definitely
one heck of a
very,
game.
very cool one.
Very shocking with that draft, and the fact they went through. Here was Vivian at the end. It seemed like YUNDUAN was really pulled into his own corner against what Phantom was able to bring in this grand final draft. What a set of matches that we had in the final day. And I believe very soon we'll get to hear from the champion, the winner. The interview should be coming up real soon. But overall, what did you guys think about the matches today? And I think we have some time, and then we'll head into the interview right away. So Jenna, what do you think about the matches today and the tournament?
First of all, congratulations again to Phantom, and he did a great job. I think the matches today were really good. There was a lot of really close nail-biter matches between the players, and some unexpected picks as well. And overall, I just think that this was a great way to end off the entire tournament. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks, Jenna. Let's hear it from Phantom, the champion. And congratulations, Phantom. I'll be translating the interview for you guys.
감사합니다.
네.
Thank you, thank you.
선수, 본인의 우승.
And
사실
Phantom.
본인은 우승할 확률이 어느 정도였다고 보고서 오늘 대회에 임했나요?
How much chance do you actually think you had in terms of percentage winning the entire thing?
我感觉，如果运气在我这边的话，那就是100%。如果运气
I think
운이 좋았다고 제 편이었다면 저는 100%
I think the luck was on my side, but with the luck on my side, I was pretty sure, I was 100% sure that I could take the entire trophy.
그래서 되게 힘들 거라고 생각을 했는데 언제부터 우승을 할 것 같다는 자신감이
After going down to the lower bracket, when did you really start to gain the confidence of winning the entire thing?
冠军呢？
就昨天。 然后感觉运气变好了。
어제부터 그렇게 생각을 해요.
Starting from yesterday, I had the confidence to actually win the matches.
사실 8강전 경기에서 탈락하기 시작하면서 전 세계적으로
And after dropping down early on in the main stage,
다 이겼어요.
you defeated all the tournament favorites against DYR, Tosaka Rin, against YUNDUAN. You defeated all the strong favorites. Like, what are your feelings right now, defeating all these best names out in the world?
然后还有JINTAE选手，然后终于得到了冠军。那你觉得这个得到冠军的感想如何？
就是功夫不负有心人吧，然后自己的努力得到了回报。
계속 노력을 하고 그리고 계속 제가 우승을 할 수 있다는 그 기대감으로 계속 생각을 하면서
I will continue to strive and play the game. Of course, winning the entire thing feels so great. And becoming the champion, I can't express my feelings right now.
모든 상황에서 계속해서 웃는 모습 보여줬거든요.
And Phantom, it seemed like you were enjoying the matches a lot, even though you were losing some of those games. You were smiling throughout the matches. Like, was that really what was going on inside of you, or was that just for the camera? What were some of the feelings going through you within the matches?
说呢，就是有时候选择正常的机器，就是在整活，然后说了感觉也没关系。
일단 웃음은 제 멘탈 관리를
First of all, I was
정말
smiling
이제 많이 잡아준 거 아닌가
control my
싶습니다.
mentality within the game. I think that really helped out a lot.
운이 많이 따랐다고 말씀을
Just to
해주셨는데
enjoy.
가장 위기였던 순간은 언제인가요?
Then, was there a moment where you really felt like you were about to lose at the edge of the cliff?
啊，没有听清。
你危机的时候，最觉得有危机的时候是什么时候？
Was there a specific moment?
打青龙月白河猎人吗？
계속 지고 있을 때 그렇게 위기가 있었다고 생각을 합니다.
I think every time when I was losing, I had that feeling.
팬이 엄청 늘어났습니다.
And with that Charles pick, you got tons of fans now, extra fans because of that pick. What was up with that pick, and is that going to come up in the future
让
too?
很多人觉得惊讶。那请问还有准备什么别的 pick 吗？英雄？
你可以，你知道心法吗？然后还有穆亚米，这两个我都是猎伤的。
굉장히 부끄러워하면서 어떤?
这两个都是猎伤套。
예.
Waiting for translation.
예.
不好意思，可以请你再讲一次吗？
就是我的心法和穆亚米都是猎伤套，然后心法的速度是260多，快270了。
일단 속도가 빠른 캐릭터로 저는 그냥 생각을 해왔습니다.
이게 아무래도
Well, I was just sort of thinking about the fast hero picks, and I think that question went through into Closer Charles, not with the green Charles, but still, the Closer Charles did end up getting banned.
너무 궁금한 거 있어.
And there's another question.
5만 불로 작년보다
Oh, now the
2배
50,000 USD
어떻게
champion
사용하실
prize.
계획인가요?
How are you going
那
to
请问你
use
拿到冠军的时候，
all
你会
that
得到
money?
50万美金。那请问你要怎么使用这50万美金呢？
大概率会190吧。
그냥 이거를 그냥 게임으로 계속 쓰고 맛있는 거 먹으러 가지 않을까
Oh, I'm
싶습니다.
going to get some delicious meal, of course, and of course, use it on the game. Epic 7, I'll continue to play and spend a lot of the prize.
지금 긴급하게 우리 계승자 여러분들이 질문을 주셨는데요. 고양이의 이름은 무엇인가요?
And of course, we have a surprise question. What's the cat's name, by the way?
得到了很多韩国人，
We've been seeing a lot of your cat
那可以知
on
道
camera.
你的猫咪的名字是什么吗？
它叫暖暖，
暖暖이라고
温暖的暖。
The cat's name is Nannan.
暖暖이요.
Nuan.
고양이 이름은 란난이라고
Don't exactly know
하는데
what that means,
지금
but
많은 분들이 의심하고
there's
계신 게
an answer for you
고양이가
guys.
본체다. 고양이가
And
직접
there's a lot of speculation that the cat is the main. The cat has been picking the draft for you.
很多人在
Do
说
you
是
think
不是
that
其
happened
实
at
是
all?
猫咪在
I think the
替
Korean
你
casters are
买
joking,
然后你是在后面
jokingly just
操作
asking the
而已。
question. Did the cat help you during the draft? What happened there?
그건 아닙니다.
Certainly not. The cat was no help in my skills and draft.
여러분들 미워요. 네. 자, 우승 진심으로 축하드리고요. 앞으로도
congratulations
팬텀을
again,
통해서
Phantom.
한국에도 많은 팬이 생긴 만큼
You have a lot of fans out in the global, worldwide as the champion, and we'll continue to support you. Congratulations again, Phantom from Japan server, and that is the interview from Phantom. What a guy. His mentality. He held it on together by having that smile. And here's the updated tournament tree now with that grand finals. That's a score that you see. It's been weeks of since the qualifiers through the main stage. The matches that we had today to begin with, JINTAE versus YUNDUAN, 3-1. JINTAE did go down to burst Phantom. 3-0 victory against JINTAE, and what we just had in the grand finals, YUNDUAN versus Phantom, 3-1 victory. Wow. And that is it for the tournament. Kana, you guys are back. Did get to hear from Jenna before the interview a little bit. Thanks for that, Jenna. Sorry to cut you off there at the end. But Kana, what did you think about the entire tournament so far? And I'm sure you enjoyed it fully.
it's been a long couple of weeks. Or well, a long
I know
many
it's really
weeks.
late on,
but I think
on your end from the time zone.
Yeah. And you know, it's like pretty late for me, but I think this is definitely something that was really exciting. I think this is definitely what Epic 7 needed, you know, kind of a tournament to showcase really what the smartest and I guess like some of the most well-geared players from the game really, or like the prowess of these players and how well they can play. And I mean, we saw a lot of pocket picks, we saw heartbreak, we saw upsets, we saw triumphs, and I mean, ultimately, you couldn't ask for a better ending, right? You know, I think we've kind of said it, but the Cinderella story of Japan coming in for their first RTA season and making it all the way through and winning the Epic 7 World Championship, perfect. The perfect ending, I think, for a tournament.
Yeah, certainly we had lots of drama, lots of upsets. Even since the qualifiers, like, we had some really big names to start off, and they did not even show on the stage for some of those round of 16 matches from the qualifiers, and they just dropped down. And we had to see them on later YouTube uploads because they dropped down even before the round of 8 qualifiers from their own server. So certainly it has been full of adventure with lots of upsets and drama all together. And without you guys, this could not have been done. Thank you so much, Kana and Jenna. I know it's pretty late on your side, but thanks for your great commentary throughout the tournament. I mean, it's been a plus every single time. Of course, I can't do this alone. Without you guys, what would I be standing here alone?
No, it's the opposite. We need you, G-Clef.
Oh,
thank you.
Yeah, true.
There's at least a person
Round
and
of
another
applause.
person, yeah, looking out for me. And of course, without you guys watching from home, yeah. You guys, thank you again, guys. A big round of applause to Jenazet and Kana. Thank you so much throughout the tournament for providing such insight throughout all the matches.
Thanks for having us here.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Bye, you two. And it seems like that is going to wrap up for us on the desk. Yeah, it's been a blessing, truly an honor for me to be the host of another year of Epic 7 World Arena Championship of 2022. Of course, thank you guys so much for tuning in from the beginning until the end. The show will never be completed without you guys. So, we've got something special, of course. G-Clef got you ready. And of course, from the event, we're still a little bit away from that million 5-star summon, but that was only the YouTube count. If you count all the counts from the Twitch and all together, it will be past million. And I'm pretty sure very, very soon you should be able to grab that 5-star summon. Go into the events right now and check that. If not, it will be happening real soon. And that's not all. Hold on, because another special set of events will be available on Stove. Check that out. I don't know what exactly will be, but I'm sure it will be full of surprises. One more thing. Hours after the developer note. Hours after, there will be a developer note, and don't exactly know what time it is. So I think in about 2 to 3 hours, there will be a developer note available on our Stowe website. So make sure you go check that out. Also, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pretty long journey, but an exciting one, a fantastic journey so far. Too many events. If you haven't got the emotes, go ahead and get the emote. Even if the stream's over, go find any streams with the drops on. You can still tune into other streams with 15 more minutes with your link account. You can still get that emote skin. And make sure you go into each tab and get all the energy possible. You can still go onto social and log in and get that unknown slate, plus whatever you need to get that. My mailbox is nearly full because I've been preparing this. Couldn't really play the game as much, but still next week I'll be burning all through that with that Trinity buff that I'm pretty sure I just got it when the broadcast just started. Let's see how we're going here, as we have something special at the end, but not just yet, because I do have to wait for the call. And it's been a great run, guys, so far. And make sure to do all the events, and you can actually raffle into with the social media. And again, the rings, the championship ring will be available for everyone, not immediately right now, but in just about a month, I believe, in later September is what I heard from the production, will be available on the tab when you go into RTA, just on the section on the bottom right. There will be a new champion now, Phantom, and when you see him in just about a month and on a week plus, should be able to grab that ring and got pretty good substats. So I think that will be one thing that you do not want to forget. And also, the championship skin will be coming at the later end of this year. So I think that's about it. So I have one last important question, guys. Are you guys ready to celebrate? Are you ready to celebrate? Because Ezeran Foundation Day celebration will be happening right after, so stick around and watch what that is all about. We're going to be full with the updates and everything in near future. And again, congratulations to the champion of Epic 7 World Arena Championship, Phantom!
I'll be your energy. 오늘도 가게 문을 열고서 또다시 날 만날 준비를 해. 언제나 반복되는 everyday. 특별한 하루는 선물할게. You're just my beautiful light. 너를 힘들게 하는 모든 걸 잊어버려. Stay me in my kingdom. 무기력한 날들 견디기 힘들 때면 언제든 찾아와. I'll be your energy. Just say 생크림 케이크 한 조각. Just say 진한 밀크티를 한 모금. Just say 퍼지는 달콤한 향기에 고민은 마법같이 fade out. 지친 너를 위한 나의 kingdom. Oh, 하루 종일 엉망진창 everything's messed up. 그림 없는 잔소리에 싸고 뭉칠 partner. 지치고 힘들어 관두고 싶을 땐 언제나 여기 있으리리 생각해. You're just my beautiful light. 너를 만나고 싶어. 오늘도 내일도 난 Stay me in my kingdom. 네 안에 모든 거 강해질 수 있어. 언제든 너에게 I'll be your energy. 생크림 케이크 한 조각. 진한 밀크티를 한 모금. 퍼지는 달콤한 향기에 고민은 마법같이 fade out. 지친 너를 위한 나의 kingdom. 너의 아픈 마음을 상처받은 너만의 비밀 dawn is quietly blazing.
This is what you get for ruining my vacation.
안녕, 베루링이에요. 귀여운 소녀 배달부랄까나? 갑자기 무슨 일이냐고요? 오르비스에서 가장 핫한 소식들을 메루링만 알고 있기는 조금 아깝달까나? 그래서 재밌는 소식이 있으면 하나씩 들고 오려고요. 계승자님 맞춤형 서비스랄까나? 잠깐! 스팸 메일 아니에요. 수신 거부하지 말아주세요. 휴휴. 한 번만 봐주셔도 늦지 않아요. 열심히 준비했달까나? 그래서 오늘 배달된 특급 소식은 소녀 배달부 메루리의 특급 우편 월광극장. 요즘 오르비스의 가장 큰 화제는 아무래도 월광극장의 초연 소식이죠. 얼마 전에 라인업도 공개되었다고 하던데 이런 건 직접 가보는 게 좋겠죠? 메루링도 아주 기대가 된달까나? 월광극장은 현자 바일세잔이 여러 차원을 여행하며 보고 듣고 직접 겪기도 한 신비한 이야기들을 마법과 과학의 힘을 빌려 재현했다고 해요. 메루링에 끝없이 들어가는 가방만큼 신기한 일이네요. 의외의 공통점이랄까나? 어쨌든 월광극장에는 메루링의 우편물만큼이나 많은 이야기들이 준비되고 있지만 처음 막을 올릴 이야기는 다른 세계의 시도니아 대륙 이야기를 담은 신도 악마도 없는 이랍니다. 현저 바알 세잔이 갔던 다른 차원의 시도니아 대륙은 엄청 혼란스러운가 봐요. 우리 세계의 시도니아는 아킨에서 다른 도시와의 화합을 위한 축제를 열고 평화롭게 지내고 있거든요. 어떻게 하냐고요? 축제를 축하하는 선물을 메루링이 직접 배송을 했으니까요. 여기 캐스팅 보드가 있네요. 월광극장의 주역으로 등장하는 영웅들인가 봐요. 월광극장에 등장하는 영웅을 보유하고 있으면 그만큼 극장 티켓이라는 걸 얻을 수 있다는데 근데 극장 티켓이 뭘까나? 아하! 월광극장의 이야기는 첫 회를 보고 나서 일주일 뒤에 다음 회가 무료로 열리는데 극장 티켓이 있으면 기다리지 않고 바로 다음 회를 볼 수 있다고 하네요. 극장 티켓은 골드로도 구할 수 있다고 하니 안심이에요. 이야기를 보기만 해도 신비의 메달 50개를 얻을 수 있으니까 꼭 챙겨보는 게 좋겠네요. 이게 바로 일석이조랄까나? 더 많은 정보를 가지고 돌아가면 이어링 언니가 좋아하겠죠? 아주 조금만 구경해보는 게 좋겠어요. 마침 리허설 중인 것 같으니 몰래 들어가 볼까나? 잠깐! 멈춰! 지금은 관계자의 출입 금지야. 월광극장은 9월 1일에 막이 오르니까 그때 다시 오라고? 아주 잠깐 구경만 하면 안 될까요? 메루링, 이래봬도 입이 무겁달까? 안 돼, 안 돼. 아민, 아직 준비 안 됐어. 네? 극장을 지켜낼 거야. 아민은 강하거든. 아쉽지만 어쩔 수 없었네요. 공연에는 보안 유지가 필수니까요. 그럼 공연이 열리면 다시 한번 언니들이랑 월간극장을 방문하기로 하고, 오늘은 여기까지. 귀여운 소녀 배달부 메루링이었습니다. 메루링은 다음 소식을 가지고 다시 올게요. 그럼 이만. 초대장 2022년 9월 1일 에피소드 2 10-10을 클리어하신 계승자님들께 피와 죽음의 무대 위에서 상처와 고통 속에서 자란 영웅들이 절대적인 힘을 탐닉하는 몰락의 대지, 그 땅에서 펼쳐질 치열하고 위대한 이야기가 첫 번째 월강 극장에서 막을 올립니다. 많이 찾아와 달라고? 아민만 믿어.
모두 여왕님의 노래 들을 준비 됐어? 그럼 시작한다. 큐!
I'll be your energy, oh boo. That's let's go.
오늘도 가게 문을 열고서 또다시 널 만날 준비를 해.
I'm stuck in circles each and every day. The special moments playing on replay. You're just my beautiful light. The painful memories we made. Just let them go, let it fade. Stay with me in my kingdom. 你我这过几时，说着黑的滋味着。当我在你身旁 I'll be your energy.
Trust yourself, 새끈한 케이크를 앉아봐. Trust yourself, 진한 밀크티를 한 모금. 빠지는 달콤한 향기에 오늘은 마법같이 끌자.
가상당한 도전에 넌 새로운 자신을 발견해. 네 앞에 있는 벽 따위는 허물어버려 완벽해.
지금 너를 위한 나의 기억.
Oh, that's working out your secrets, everything's a mess up. You'll never end in trouble, making naked partner. Cause if you want to quit, and still your time to hit, so slowly with your care, you know we're always there.
You're just my beautiful light. 너를 만나고 싶어. 오늘도 내일도 난 stay with me in my kingdom.
네 안에 모든 것 강해질 수 있어. 언제든 너에게 I'll be your energy.
Trust in yourself, 披了迷手弄人的香气。Trust in yourself， 胡丝绒拿铁带来华丽。Trust in yourself， 散发甜美炙热的气息，有点如魔法般的飞到。너의 아픈 마음을 상처받을 너만의 비밀들을 내가 치료해줄게.
Whatever hardships we will face, I'll keep on cheering every day. I'll be your energy.
Trust in yourself, with your worries when they do arise. Trust in yourself, with the secrets that you try to hide. Trust in yourself, every moment with your hands in mine. There's a home for you here inside my kingdom. Anytime I'll be your energy.
안녕. 얼마 전에 만난 것 같지만 다시 돌아온 메루링. 월간극장 초연 소식에 이어서 메루링이 가져온 이번 소식은 소녀 배달부 메루링의 특급 우편 성장의 가호. 성장의 가호? 어디서 들어본 것 같기도 하고 아닌 것 같기도 하고. 오르비스의 소식을 메루링이 놓쳤을 리가 없는데 이상하네.
메루링이 들었던 건 아마 이전에 연구되고 있던 결속의 가오였을 거야.
역시 오르비스의 지식이라면 모르는 게 없는 학예사 이어링 언니.
결속의 가오는 기존 영웅 3명의 성장 단계를 받아오는 새로운 성장 보조 방식으로 연구되고 있었는데 3명의 영웅을 충분히 키우지 못했더라도 특정 조건을 달성하면 원하는 영웅을 즉시 성장시킬 수 있도록 보다 간단한 방법으로 개선해서 성장의 가오라는 이름으로 연구가 거의 완성되어가는 중이... 메루링?
으아! 잘 듣고 있었는데 메루링 어제 잠을 못 자서 그런 걸까나. 하지만 이어링 언니가 이미 알고 있으니 안심.
좋아. 그럼 메루링도 잘 알 수 있도록 쉽게 설명해 줄게요. 성장의 가호를 받는 영웅은 레벨, 등급, 각성, 스킬 레벨 총 4가지의 성장을 하게 돼요. 에피소드 1을 클리어하면 성장의 가호를 받을 수 있게 되는데 어떤 성장의 가호 효과를 받게 되는지는 달성 조건에 따라 달라져요. 1단계의 성장의 가호의 효과를 받은 영웅은 즉시 50레벨이 될 수 있어요. 50레벨 영웅을 3명 보유하고 있다면 성장의 가호는 더욱 강화되고 60레벨 영웅이 3명 있다면 한 번 더, 그리고 마지막 4단계까지 성장의 가호를 강화하여 영웅을 성장시킬 수 있어요.
우와! 가호를 받고 있을 때만 적용되는 성장이기는 하지만 성장의 가호라는 거 엄청난 거군요.
그렇지. 성장의 가호를 받아 성장한 영웅은 다양한 곳에서 활약할 수 있어.
그럼 메루링도 성장의 가호를 받을 수 있을까요? 성장의 가호를 받으면 더 빨리 배달을 할 수 있을 것 같은데.
배달을 사용할 수 있는 가호는 아직 연구되지 않았을...
그리고 메루링 가방도 가호를 받으면 좋겠네요. 다음 배달지까지 가는 길을 알려준다거나.
메루링 잠깐 오늘 다른 소식이 또 있다고 하지 않았어?
우와, 맞다. 잠깐만요. 다음 소식 가져올게요.
성장의 가호는 에피소드 1, 10-10 클리어 후 개방돼요. 지정된 조건을 달성하면 성장의 가호 단계가 순차적으로 해금되고 단계가 올라갈수록 성장의 가호 효과도 증가한답니다. 성장의 가호를 이용한 성장은 성장의 가호가 해제되면 원래의 성장 상태로 되돌아가게 돼요. 성장의 가호 해제 시 다음 영웅 등록까지 대기 시간이 발생하니 기억해주세요.
영웅의 성장을 도와주는 성장의 가호 9월 1일 배송 예정.
에픽7과 계승자님이 함께 만든 선한 영향력, 함께해서 더 의미가 있었던 희망의 여정을 소개합니다. 폭우로 피해가 잦았던 2020년 집중호우 피해 그룹 홈을 지원하는 에픽러브 캠페인을 통해 에픽7과 계승자분들이 나서주셨는데요. 덕분에 피해 그룹 홈의 누수 및 재건 공사를 지원할 수 있었습니다. 도움이 필요한 아이들에게 따스한 햇살과 같은 계승자님의 관심으로 아이들은 행복한 미소를 되찾을 수 있었습니다. 계승자님의 선한 영향력은 세계 곳곳으로 퍼져나갑니다. 기초교육을 받지 못해 꿈꾸기 어려운 아이들을 위해 또다시 계승자님들이 뭉쳤습니다. 에픽7 인게임 기부 패키지를 통해 총 3615명의 계승자님께서 참여해주셨습니다. 이는 유네스코 한국위원회를 통해 전달되어 기초학습과 진로교육을 지원해 아이들이 꿈꿀 수 있는 환경을 마련할 수 있었습니다. 아직 해외에는 콜레라와 같은 전염병으로 고통받는 아이들이 있습니다. 에픽7 희망 패키지를 통해 총 27,432분의 계승자님이 함께 해주셨고 이어 1,450만 원이 모였습니다. 모금액 전액은 국제 백신 연구소를 통해 네팔 지역 콜레라 백신을 지원하는 데 전해졌습니다. 계승자님의 참여로 질병으로 위협받는 지구촌 아동, 청소년들이 전염병 예방으로 건강한 미래에 한 걸음 더 나아갈 수 있었습니다. 올해 갑작스럽게 찾아온 화재로 큰 피해를 입은 강원도와 울진, 희망 스튜디오는 에픽7과 다시 시작 리부트 캠페인을 진행했습니다. 순직 소방관 유가족 자녀에게 장학금을, 피해 지역의 살림부패를, 이재민분들께 이동식 주택을 지원했습니다. 에픽7과 함께하는 리부트 캠페인을 통해 계승자님이 전해준 희망의 씨앗이 움트고 있습니다. 희망의 확산에 동참해주신 모든 계승자님께 감사드리며 앞으로도 계승자님의 많은 관심과 응원 부탁드립니다.
소녀 배달부 컴백! 메루링의 배달은 계속된답니다. 메루링의 업무는 연중무휴랄까나? 소녀 배달부 메루링의 특급 우편! 전투 위임! 2달 후에 도착할 우편도 특급 우편이 맞을까나? 하지만 특급 비밀 우편이니까 어쨌든 특급 우편이 맞는 걸로. 방법이 없을까? 프린 언니! 고민이 있으면 메루링에게 털어놔요. 메루링, 이래봬도 고민 해결에 꽤 능숙하달까나? 요새 들어오는 물품이 토벌 재료뿐이야. 우리 상단에는 이런 것도 저런 것도 필요한데 대부분의 계승자님들이 토벌에만 가 있거든. 그래서 몇몇 계승자님께 나탈론 대륙에 있는 특산품을 부탁했는데 와이번을 잡아야 해서 시간이 없다고 하시더라고. 어떻게 하면 좋을까? 어떻게 하면 다양한 물품을 확보할 수 있을까? 이건 메루링의 전문 분야가 아닌데.
언니, 그럼 이렇게 하는 건 어떨까요? 펫과 함께 모험을 하면 반복 전투를 할 수 있잖아요. 숙련된 영웅들과 잘 훈련된 펫을 믿고 이들에게 전투를 맡기는 거예요. 한 파티 정도는 영웅들과 펫에게 반복 전투를 맡기고 계승자님은 계승자님이 원하는 곳으로 떠나면 되는 거죠. 미궁이든 오토마톤 타워든 시련의 전당이든 새로운 모험이든 어디든지요. 그럼 계승자님도 우리 상단에도 좋은 일이 되지 않겠어요?
역시 이어링! 좋은 아이디어야. 영웅들과 펫에게 전투를 위임할 수 있도록 바로 교본서를 준비해줘. 나도 이러고 있을 때가 아니지. 계승자님들이 로비에서 전투 상황을 항상 확인할 수 있도록 준비해둘게. 새로운 일이 생겼는데 기뻐하는 건 아마 프린 언니밖에 없을 거예요.
열정적인 프린 언니가 있어서 우리 상단이 잘 운영되고 있는 거겠지?
좋아. 메루링도 결심했어요. 열심히 일하면서 언니들한테 도움이 되도록 공부도 하고.
공부라? 일단 오르비스 대륙의 기본 역사부터 읽는 게 좋을 거야. 그럼 대륙의 특산품도 자연스럽게.
어머나! 다음 배송이 있는데 시간이 벌써 이렇게 됐네. 메루링, 지금은 공부할 시간이 아니랄까나?
전투 위임 교본서 버전 0.1 작성자 학예사 이어링. 모든 영웅과 펫은 토벌, 정령의 재단, 모험, 서브스토리 반복 전투 시에 전투를 위임받을 수 있습니다. 메모, 펫은 25랭크에 해금된다. 전투 위임 중 모든 게임 플레이가 가능하지만 또 다른 반복 전투는 불가합니다. 후략, 전투 위임 상황은 로비 상단에서 확인이 가능하고 언제든지 다시 전투로 복귀할 수 있습니다. 2022년 연내 출간 예정.
계승자 여러분 안녕하세요. 루하 에픽7의 흥미로운 이야기를 발굴해 전해드리는 시간 에픽 발굴단 5화로 인사드리는 GM 루루카입니다.
계승자님 반갑습니다. GM 타마린네예요. 오늘은 아주 특별한 주제로 계승자님을 찾아왔습니다.
특별한 주제요?
네, 혹시 얼마 전 진행되었던 여름축제 팬아트 콘테스트를 기억하시나요?
설마 2022년 이제라 건국제와
E7WC 진행을 기념하며 극역 PMG 또는 JPG 4대3 기호에 가로 1100살 이상으로 전 세계 금손 계승자님께서 멋진 축전을 보내주신
바로 그 이벤트를 말씀하시는 건가요?
맞습니다. 오늘은 바로 그 여름축제 팬아트 콘서트의 본선 진출작을 리뷰하는 시간이에요.
1분 1초가 아깝네요. 저 이렇게 대화할 시간이 없어요. 어서 금손 계승자님의 작품을 보여주시죠.
진정 좀 하시고요. 그 전에 과연 GM 루루카님께서 금손 계승자님의 작품을 리뷰할 준비가 되셨는지 확인 작업이 있겠습니다.
확인이요? 어떻게? 제 마음을 꺼내서 보여드리면
넣어주시고요. 저희 에픽7 GM팀의 자칭 금손 루루카님의 실력을 한번 볼 수 있을까요? 에픽7은 여름 영웅을 그려보시겠어요?
네?
주제는 해안순찰자 카린입니다.
갑자기요? 이렇게 그려달라고 하면 바로 그릴 수 있죠.
이야!
저분은?
오, GM 안젤리카님. 자, 여기 보시고 자기소개 한번 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 계승자 여러분. 에픽7 GM 안젤리카입니다. 만나뵙게 되어 반갑습니다.
와! 안젤리카님 정말 반가워요.
GM 안젤리카님께서는 이번 에픽7 팬아트 이벤트를 앞장서서 기획해주시고 준비해주셨어요.
정말인가요? GM 안젤리카님 혹시 제 영혼을 담은 수작의 그림 어떻게 보셨는지?
수영복 카린의 다리 길이를 굉장히 잘 표현하셨고
무엇보다 카린의 싱그럽고 깜찍한 표정이 정말 인상적이네요.
이런 칭찬을? 그러면은 혹시 저도 팬아트 콘테스트 본선 진출 가능한가요?
아니요.
자, 그럼 이제 본격적으로 여름축제 팬아트 본선작을 한번 확인해볼까요?
잠깐 그 전에
구독과 좋아요
부탁드려요. 본선 진출작은 총 15편이죠?
맞습니다. 이번 2022년 여름축제 팬아트 공모전에는 총 189개의 참여작이 등록되었고 이 중 한국 서버 6명, 글로벌 서버 5명, 아시아 서버 2명, 일본 서버 2명으로 총 15분의 계승자님이 본선에 진출하셨습니다.
아 정말 두근두근하네요. 그럼 첫 번째 그림부터 함께 살펴볼까요?
우와, 현생이 바빠서 급하게 그리셨다는데 사실인가요? 이건 정말 금손이라는 말밖에는 표현할 방법이 없네요.
네 맞아요. 저기 풀장에서 V하고 있는 루루카 좀 보세요. 아, 너무 예쁩니다.
아트팀에서도 멋진 코멘트를 전해주셨죠?
네, 맞습니다. 제가 읽어드릴게요. 먼저 원아가 A님의 코멘트입니다. 제 여름 휴가의 로망이 담겨있네요. 새로 디자인해주신 수영복도 영웅들에게 너무 잘 어울립니다. 특히 루루카와 아이테르가 라고 말씀해주셨어요.
네, 원아가 빈님께서도 창밖에 비추는 축제 풍경이 운치 있어서 건국제 여름 파티라는 주제가 확 와닿는 것 같습니다. 저희를 반겨주는 듯한 연출이 정말 멋지네요. 특히 안젤리카의 페이셜 굉장히 사랑스럽게 표현해주셨어요 라고 말씀해주셨습니다. 정말 애정이 가득 담긴 감상평이네요.
그러게 말이에요. 자, 저는 여기서 마우스 휠을 굴리겠습니다. 계승자님 봐주세요. 고화질 이미지는 이렇게 즐기시는 겁니다.
오 작가님의 정성과 사랑이 듬뿍 담긴 이 아이들도 부디 크게 봐주세요.
와, 보자마자 감탄밖에 안 나요. 와, 계속 또 감탄하게 되네요.
정말 대박이라는 말밖에는 저 금손 은퇴하겠습니다.
그러고 보니 안젤리카님 디자인과 나오셨다고 하셨잖아요. 이 정도면 작업량이 어느 정도일까요?
네, 맞습니다. 그런데 저는 학점을 포기해서요. 하지만 에픽7에 대한 사랑과 정성이 듬뿍 담겨 있다는 것은 전공자의 눈으로 확실히 보입니다.
근데 그거는 컴공과 나온 저에게도 보이는데요.
그럼 아트팀 코멘트를 전해드리겠습니다. 원아가 A님의 코멘트입니다. 이렇게 많은 영웅들이 한 장면에 담겨 있다니 정말 대단합니다. 각자 매력 있는 이야기거리를 가지고 있어서 에픽7 영웅을 모르는 사람이 보더라도 빠져들지 않을까 생각하게 되는 작품이네요. 라고 말씀해 주셨어요. 엄청난 칭찬일세.
네, 원아가 빈님께서도 영웅들의 역동적인 구도와 그림 곳곳에 숨어있는 즐거움이 있어서 굉장히 재미있었다라는 감상평을 전해주셨어요. 저도 저기 마법소녀 DNA 특히나 재미있게 잘 표현해주신 것 같아서 눈길이 계속 가네요. 전 보자마자 느꼈어요.
뭘요?
제 심장을 울린 작품이란 사실이요.
빛의 천사 안젤리카의 귀여움을 정말 잘 표현해 주셨어요. 여기 작게 나와 있는 송곳니 포인트 보이시나요?
그림을 보자마자 사랑에 빠져버리고 말았는데요. 에픽7 아트팀에서는 어떤 코멘트를 남겨주셨을까요?
네, 원화가님들도 계승자님의 손에서 새롭게 태어난 빛의 천사 안젤리카의 매력에 푹 빠져 계시는 것 같아요. 원화가 A님은 천사 안젤리카의 귀여움이 도드라지는 작품입니다. 쨍한 여름 날씨에 함께 수영하고 싶어지는 작품이네요 라는 말씀을 전해주셨습니다.
원아가 B님도 표정만으로도 너무 사랑스러운 천사 안젤리카네요. 그래서 이 수영복 스킨은 언제 출시하나요? 라는 코멘트를 남겨주셨어요. 원아가 분들의 눈길까지 단번에 사로잡은 빛의 천사 안젤리카. 역시 루루카님의 심장을 울린 작품답네요.
이렇게 저는 심장을 빼앗기고 말았습니다.
우와, 보기만 해도 이 찜통 더위를 날려버릴 만한 그림의 등장입니다.
여러분 바로 뒤에 옹기종기 모여있는 영웅들도 놓치지 마세요.
푸른 하늘 아래 여름이 생각나는 영웅들이 한 곳에 모여있네요. 그나저나 저기 유피네가 들고 있는 꼬치가 진짜 너무 맛있어 보이네요. 섬세한 표현이 진짜 장난이 아니에요.
네, 정말 섬세한 표현이 돋보이는 작품이에요. 원화가 A님께서도 꼬치 요리를 양껏 먹고 있는 유피네의 귀여운 표정은 물론 저
저기 파라솔 아래 팬텀 친구들의 표정까지 너무 섬세하게 담겨 있어서 어떤 이야기들이 진행되고 있을지 궁금하다. 벨로나는 세주를 보고 있는 걸까요? 라고 전해주셨어요.
네, 원아가 빈님도 영웅들의 성격을 너무나도 잘 반영한 작품에 감탄을 아끼지 않으셨는데요. 특히 카린의 바쁜 일정을 보여주는 999개의 문자, 글을 확인하지 않는 디테일, 마치 에픽7의 영웅들과 한 공간에 있는 듯한 느낌을 받으셨다고 해요.
우리 GM님들도 원아가님들도 모두 계승자님의 섬세한 표현에 감탄이 일색인데요. 잠시 말씀드리자면 이 섬세한 표현은 마스콘 타블렛 드로잉패드 CPL 버전으로 기본 작업을 해서 포토샵과 클립 스튜디오의 기능을 활용해 믹스.
네, 그럼 다음 작품 함께 보시죠. 와, 애니메이션의 한 장면을 그대로 옮겨놓은 것만 같은 작품이네요.
여름 하면 생각나는 청량한 분위기가 담겨있는 것 같아요. 여름이었다.
저기 뒤쪽에 알키오도 보이시나요? 진짜 너무 귀여워요.
저는 모험가라스가 손에 들고 있는 불꽃에 눈이 가네요. 여름에는 역시 바닷가에서 보는 불꽃놀이죠.
그럼 아트팀 코멘트도 만나볼까요? 아트팀 A님의 코멘트입니다. 영웅들의 다양한 모습을 보여주는 구도가 정말 매력적이네요. 가슴이 따스해지는 그림입니다. 쏙쏙 장면을 사진으로 담아낸 연출이 너무 좋습니다.
아트팀 B님께서는 계승자님께서 전해주신 축하 코멘트에도 감사하다는 인사를 함께 전해주셨어요. 그리고 파벨과 비올레토의 탁구 대결에 특히 눈길이 갔다고 하시는데요. 그거 아세요? 두 영웅을 디자인해주신 원화가분이 실제로도 탁구를 좋아하신다고요.
진짜요? 그 취향이 그대로 반영된 그림이네요. 엄청난 그림 실력에 이어서 원화가님의 취향까지 반영한 정말 멋진 그림입니다. 네, 지금까지 여러 계승자님의 작품을 함께 보셨는데요. 이제부터는 갤러리 모드로 전환해서 잠시 감상의 시간을 가져보려고 합니다. 본선에 진출하신 다른 금손 계승자님의 작품도 함께 만나보시죠.
다시 한번 여름축제 팬아트 콘테스트에 참여해주신 모든 계승자님께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 본선에 진출하신 계승자님 정말 축하드려요.
안젤리카님, 감사한 계승자님께 저희의 마음을 담아서 여름 영웅 한 명 그려드리는 거 어떠세요? 주제는 해안 순찰자 카린. 시간은 3분 드립니다.
예? 갑자기요? 그렇게 갑자기 그려달라고 하시면
안젤리카님, 부디 살살 그려주세요.
저희는 여기에서 인사드릴게요. 모두 에픽7에서 만나요.
다음 영상에서 만나요. 모두
안녕.
소녀 배달부 메로링의 특급 우편 배달 예정 알림. 메로링 만나고 싶었어요? 띠링띠링띠링띠링. 이게 무슨 소리냐고요? 올해 계승자분들께 배달이 예정되어 있는 특급 우편들을 미리 알려주는 서비스랄까나? 오늘의 마지막 특급 우편 메로링이 배달 예정 소식들을 미리 알려드릴 테니 잊지 마시고 때가 되면 꼭 찾아가 주셔야 해요. 띠링! 아레나 3팀전, NPC 대전 개선, 월드 아레나 리플레이 등의 내용이 담긴 아레나 소식지가 4분기 배송 예정입니다. 준비가 오래 걸려 배송이 지연되고 있어 죄송합니다. 늦은 만큼 확실히 준비해서 특급 우편을 준비할게요. 띠링! 새로운 로비 소식이 배송 예정입니다. 새로운 장소에서 함께 해주실 영웅분들을 섭외하고 있어요. 새로운 로비 특급 우편 4분기 배송 예정. 띠링! 원로원에서 도착한 미궁 지원 요청입니다. 미궁 개선, 탐험률 보상 추가, 레이드 미궁 도전 모드, 신규 매질행 미궁의 발견 소식까지 4분기 배송 예정. 띠링! 에피소드와 서브 스토리의 대개편 소식입니다. 에피소드 진행도에 따라 그에 맞는 영웅의 서브 스토리를 진행하는 방식이래요. 여러 개의 서브 스토리를 충분히 플레이하면 스토리 픽업을 통해 플레이했던 서브 스토리의 주인공 영웅을 소환할 수도 있게 된다네요. 늦은 4분기 배송 예정. 와우! 메루린 가방에 편지랑 소포가 더욱 가득해질 것 같아요. 하지만 메루링은 우편을 받아보시는 분들이 즐겁다면 그것만으로 기쁘달까나? 메루링, 이제라 건국제가 끝난 뒤에도 더욱 힘내서 다음 특급 우편을 가져올게요. 그럼 안녕!
You seem rather curious about this world. If you want, I can tell you about the past. About the history that others call.
Even if the whole world's against us, no one shall lay their hands on the prairie as long as I stand.
Only through the will of the stars do we find salvation. Rejoice in your humiliation. I present you with a sacred trial.
Take note for future reference. This is what a perfect cut looks like.
I'll finally be whole again. I am the rightful ruler of this land. Kneel before me.
안녕하세요, YUNDUAN. 저희가 인빈서블이란 곡으로 E7과 함께 콜라보를 해봤는데요. 반응이 좋아서 너무 감사드리고요. E7 게임도 많은 분들에게 계속 사랑받아서 4번째가 아니고 10번째, 20번째까지 계속 이어가시길 바라겠습니다. 축하합니다.
안녕하세요, 가수 윤하입니다. 첫 오픈 때 데스프레이스를 불렀던 게 정말 엊그제 같은데 벌써 4년이라는 세월이 지났네요. 4주년 진심으로 축하드립니다. 에픽7 파이팅!
계승자님들 안녕하십니까, 양대찬입니다. 아라비타와 함께 앞으로도 에픽7 많이 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 에픽7 4주년 진심으로 축하드립니다. 대찬 양대찬.
안녕하세요, 권은비입니다. 에픽7도 저희도 많이 사랑해주세요. 안녕하세요, 에픽7 지주리입니다. 에픽7 4주년 축하합니다.
에픽7 벌써 4주년!
언제나 계승자님의 마음 한켠에 소중한 추억을 안겨드릴 수 있도록 최선을 다해서 열심히 달려가 보겠습니다.
It's your friendly neighbor Luca.
It's your boy Mashi.
And this is the Global CM team.
Happy anniversary!
A gente está aqui para comemorar o 4º aniversário do Epic7 e, como sempre, agradecemos o apoio de todos vocês.
에픽7 4주년 진심으로 축하드립니다.
에픽7 4주년 정말로 축하드립니다.
에픽7 4주년 진심으로 축하드립니다.
에픽7 4주년 다 같이 축하해주세요.
많은 관심과 사랑 덕분에 에픽7이 벌써 4주년을 맞이했다고 합니다. 축하합니다.
에픽7의 4주년을 진심으로 축하합니다.
앞으로의 16년도 정말 기대하고 있습니다.
에픽7 4주년 축하드립니다.
에픽7의 4번째 생일 축하드립니다.
에픽7 4주년 축하드립니다.
에픽7 4주년 진심으로 축하드리고요.
Bonjour la suite familia. Merci d'être là pour célébrer les 4 ans du jeu Epic7. Grâce à ce jeu, j'ai commencé à streamer.
Hello, or should I say good evening, Epic7 community.
Happy 4-year anniversary.
Salve família do Epic 7, tô fazendo um vídeo aqui curtinho, rapidinho, para parabenizar os 4 anos de aniversário do Epic.
Hello everybody, this is Self-Made wishing everybody a happy 4th Epic 7 anniversary and hoping for more fun and good years to come.
Happy 4th year anniversary Epic 7.
Epic 7, joyeux anniversaire, ça fait 4 ans maintenant.
Happy anniversary. As a week 1 OG player, it's been amazing to see how far Epic 7 has come.
Para desejar um feliz aniversário pro Epic 7.
Vim aqui desejar os parabéns pelo Epic 7 e pelos...
Feliz 3º aniversário pro Epic 7.
Yo, happy 4th anniversary Epic 7.
真的非常恭喜哦。那未来呢，期待第7史诗能更加有趣、更加精彩，再战20年。
那希望史诗呢，在未来也能继续带给我们精彩的内容。Happy birthday！
不知不觉第7史就已经来到4周年了，真是非常的恭喜！
こんにちは、百瀬です。エピック7 4周年おめでとうございます。
エピック7 4周年おめでとうございます。
どうも、いつきんチャンネルのいつきんと申します。エピック7 4周年おめでとうございます。